Chapter 44-47. Yai Zilian followed Shenxiang's instructions and laid down quietly. Then, she relaxed her state and allowed Shenxiang to investigate the situation in the depths of her soul. Sister Zilian, I need to investigate the depths of your soul. Don't resist, Shenxiang warned. Wait for me to investigate thoroughly before I decide what to do next. All right, Yai Zilian replied softly and then closed her eyes. Shenxiang placed his hand on her forehead and began to investigate. Shinro was also watching from the side. Shinro was looking forward to Yai Zilian awakening the memories of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. At that time, Yai Zilian would be very powerful and would not need to be afraid of Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao. She might even be able to fight against the 6 Souls Palace of the Life Spirit 6 Races. Shenxiang also hoped that Yai Zilian could awaken her memories. The Life Spirit 6 Races were still unable to figure out the changes in the Earth's core. They only guessed that there was a heavenly source, crystal, soul mother hidden in the Earth's core. They did not know that the Universe Heart Palace was the existence of the Universe Origin Palace. If the Life Spirit 6 Races came to the Saint Xian star, they would gradually figure out the situation over time. Therefore, Qinxiang had to let the 9-colored Lotus Emperor be completely reborn, let her mediate with the Life Soul 6 clans, and not let the Life Soul 6 clans figure out the situation of the Universe Heart Palace. By time for Qinxiang, and protect the entire Universe Heart Palace. From Shenxiang's point of view, the Universe Heart Palace could be moved. It did not have to be hidden in the Saint Xian star. Shenxiang, Yai Zilian, and Shinro were in the tree hole. The surroundings were very quiet. What they did not know was that outside the Scarlet Dragon Island's barrier, a large group of people was crazily attacking the barrier. What's going on with the Scarlet Dragon Island? Heaven's Hell Fire Emperor looked at Heaven's Hell Sword King and said, Didn't Crazy Emperor send you to investigate the Earth's core? Did you find anything? There's a very large altar in the Earth's core. Heaven's Hell Sword King told them about the altar. He did not mention a word about Yai Zilian and Xinxiang. Although Heaven's Hell Sword King was sometimes despicable, he was not a bad person. He also knew that Xinxiang was not simple, especially when he saw that Xinxiang easily and passed through the barrier. He was certain that Xinxiang must know more about the secrets of the World Pride Universe. Heaven's Hell Fire King stood on the bow of a large ship, gazing at the Scarlet Dragon Island in front of him. At this moment, he also realized that they had always underestimated this world-defying universe, and also underestimated the strength of Yan Zilian. That evil primal chaos son is really an evil guy. Yan Zilian should have been saved by him. Heaven's Hell Fire King said, We must take down the evil chaos child. Heaven Sword King looked Heaven, Heaven's Hell King, Heaven, 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 Heaven Heavens, Heaven Heavens to Heaven. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King looked around and said, With just us dukes, we can't break this barrier. Let's give up. Sword King, since when did you become such an idiot? It's just a mere barrier. As long as we fight for a while, we'll be able to break it. Heaven's Hell Fire King had high hopes. At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly floated over. She wore a white dress and emitted a faint white holy light. This woman was Yai Zilian's elder sister, Yai White Lotus. Uncle Sword King, did you not meet Yai Zilian in the Earth's core? Yai White Lotus asked softly as she stared at Heaven's Hell Sword King with a coquettish smile. I didn't meet him. Heaven's Hell Sword King also smiled and said, Little White Lotus, long time no see. You've become much prettier. Long time no see? I remember that we just met not long ago. Yai White Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Uncle Sword King, you and I have known each other for so long. Don't praise me for my beauty. Why are we treating each other like outsiders? Heaven's Hell Fire King only snorted coldly and then glanced at Yai White Lotus. If Shenxiang was here, he would definitely be able to tell that Heaven's Hell Fire King and Heaven's Hell Sword King had an affair with Yai White Lotus. However, now that Yai White Lotus was often with Crazy Emperor, the two of them could not secretly be together with Yai White Lotus. However, if Yai White Lotus wanted their help with something, they would not be able to refuse. Two kings, White Lotus has a request. I hope that the two of you can help me this time on account of our friendship. Yai White Lotus suddenly said with a serious expression. Speak. Heaven's Hell, Sword King said. If it's too difficult, I won't do it. Heaven's Hell, Sword King smiled and said, You know that Uncle is very weak. There are some things that even if I go all out, I won't be able to do. It's not to the extent of going all out. Yai White Lotus smiled faintly and said, I believe that Uncle Sword King will be able to handle it. White Lotus, I won't help for free. Heaven's Hell Fire King said directly, You understand. Heaven's Hell Sword King's face was filled with displeasure because this Fire King clearly wanted Yai White Lotus to sleep with him as repayment. Chapter 44-48. What Zillian and Exanro did not know was that Yu Balian was planning to place a curse on them. However, because Xin Xiang's life Tao cultivation was relatively high, he could suddenly feel that a curse would descend upon Yu Zillian's body. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he suddenly knew that Yu Zillian was going to face a curse. This was a very strong feeling. Right now, he was still investigating the abyss of Yu Zillian's soul, so he did not inform Yu Zillian of this matter. I found your soul, Fu's Sea of Consciousness. I want to take out Sister Zillian's unawakened soul, Fu. Shen Xiang said, Sister Zillian's soul, Fu, is indeed very powerful. Even before it awakens, it has already opened up a very powerful soul, Fu's Sea of Consciousness. Let's begin. Yu Zillian said, Do I need to cooperate? Just maintain the state you were in just now. Shen Xiang took out the world-defying God Furnace and said to Exanro, Sister Exanro, you can prepare your clone first. I can do it at any time. Exanro nodded. Shen Xiang needed Exanro's clone to release the elemental energy and soul elemental energy. The clones that Exanro cultivated were all extremely outstanding. They were equivalent to vessels for soul elemental energy and elemental energy. After consuming them, as long as they ate the pills that Xin Xiang refined, they would be able to quickly recover. Xin Xiang was also secretly envious of Exanro's clone. In the future, if he were to refine Soul Fu, he would need Exanro's help. Sister Zillian, when I take out the Soul Fu, you might feel very uncomfortable. You must endure it and not resist, Xin Xiang warned. All right, Yu Zillian replied and then relaxed. Xin Xiang once again entered Yu Zillian's soul, Fu's Sea of Consciousness. It was also because his current soul Fu cultivation was very high that he was able to make such an attempt. The process of taking out Yu Zillian's unawakened soul Fu was very taxing. Even for Shen Xiang, every step of the process consumed a lot of energy. When he took out Yu Zillian's unawakened soul Fu, he almost fainted. Even he did not expect that doing such a thing would be so taxing. And Yu Zillian also felt a lot of pain just now. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists to endure it. The next step is to start refining the soul bestowment. Shen Xiang looked at Exanro and said, Sister Exanro, I need to rest now. Take care of Sister Zillian first. She's very weak. Shen Xiang took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. They were heart-softening pills, used to restore elemental energy and soul elemental energy. He stayed in the Universe Heart Palace for a few years and concocted many soft heart pills and heavenly nightmare purple lotus pills. After Xin Xiang ate the pills, he quickly recovered and began to control the world-defying God Furnace to refine them. He needed to inject a large amount of soul elemental energy and elemental energy. As he ate pills to recover, he also absorbed the elemental energy and soul elemental energy released by Exanro's clone. Then he used his body to refine them before finally injecting them into the world-defying God Furnace. Xianro's more than 100 avatars had already eaten the heart-softening origin elixir and the heaven oyster purple lotus elixir. What shocked Xinxiang was that each of these clones had actually awakened the demon Tao seed. He began to suspect that the 9-colored lotus emperor itself might have extremely strong characteristics of the demon Tao. Therefore, the avatars that Xianro cultivated could all cultivate the demon spirit Tao. During the process of refining the purple lotus soul bestowment, both Yu Zilian and Xianro were watching from the side. When Yu Zilian saw this process, she felt that it was inconceivable. She was very clear that Xinxiang's alchemy skills had already far surpassed her understanding, reaching a realm that she could not understand. In her opinion, Xinxiang's alchemy skills could form a law of its own, a law that belonged to him. Xianro had already seen it once before, but this time was different from last time. It seemed that the commotion was even greater than last time. This was because the tree they were on was already wrapped in an intense purple light. Even the entire ground was flowing with energy. A lot of energy flowed out from the ground of the Scarlet Dragon Island. It was equivalent to the energy of the heavenly origin crystal. And Xinxiang had already obtained a heavenly origin crystal seed from Shen Yuanxin. He could now absorb the energy of the heavenly origin crystal. After he finished absorbing Xianro's 100 or so avatars, he began to absorb the heavenly origin energy of the Scarlet Dragon Island. After refining it in his body, he poured it into the world-defying God Furnace. Chapter 44-49. Young Master Shin, you are sacrificing too much. You should return it to Elder Sister. After she awakens the memories of her previous life, her strength will become even stronger. Even if she is cursed by the 6 clans of the Life Spirit, it won't be a big problem. Xianro was also very anxious as she tried to persuade him, but you are different. With your strength, you cannot withstand the curse of the 6 clans of the Life Spirit. Xinxiang did not have any thoughts of returning it. The main reason was that this discovery made him very excited, because he had found the source of the curse, although he still could not understand why that thing would jump into the abyss of his soul. He knew how the 6 clans of the Life Spirit used to cast the curse. I don't know how to return it either. Xinxiang was actually very calm as he laughed out loud. I just suddenly discovered that thing and tried it out, then it ran into my soul. Don't worry, I already have a lot of curses on me. Too many lice don't itch. Too many debts don't worry. Actually, Xinxiang wanted to study that thing. He had temporarily named it the Fate Vein Spirit. He didn't know if there was such a thing in his soul, but there was one in the abyss of Yu Zilian's soul. Furthermore, it was very obvious, so he didn't know what was going on. Yu Zilian's Fate Vein Spirit was wandering in the abyss of her soul. When Xinxiang's consciousness encountered the Fate Vein Spirit in her abyss, it was as if he had seen a huge dragon. It was extremely huge. At that time, Xinxiang did not know that it was related to the curse. It was only when he touched it and used his own Fate Tao's power to sense it that he knew that he could curse it. When casting a curse, one first had to think of a way to sense the other party's Fate Vein Spirit. One could use all sorts of connections to connect with the other party's Fate Vein Spirit before they could cast a curse. Yu Zilian and Xianro didn't know what to do at this moment because they didn't know anything about this. It was impossible for them to find the Fate Vein Spirit from Xinxiang's soul. Sister Zilian, do you feel any discomfort right now? Xinxiang said, I named that thing Fate Vein Spirit. I don't know how, but it directly entered my soul. You don't have a Fate Vein Spirit, so it shouldn't affect you much. Young Master Shen, I only feel that my consciousness is a little chaotic right now. Yu Zilian said. Then relax, don't think too much. Xinxiang anxiously said, Your spirit bestowment will be completed very soon. Brother Shen, what should I do next? Shinro asked from the side. Sister Xianro, you need to merge your clones with Sister Zilian. Finally, you can fuse with Sister Zillion. Shenxiang said, this can improve Sister Zillion's various aspects, so she can accommodate a powerful soul. All right. Xian Ro nodded and said, I hope I can still separate from elder sister in the future. Sister, I will do my best to preserve your independent personality and thoughts. I will not let you completely integrate into me. Zillion said, I already treat you as my sister. You must live. Xian Ro gently bit her lips and nodded. At this moment, she was also a bit melancholy. She was very worried that after she merged with Yu Zillion's body, she would never appear again. This would mean that she would have to part with Shenxiang forever. However, in order to make Yu Zillion stronger, she had to do this. 2 days had passed, and Shenxiang's world, defying God Furnace, was trembling nonstop because the spirit bestowment inside was simply too strong. Little Master, this is another life spirit. This should be called Life Spirit Bestowment. Granny Linglong exclaimed, I wonder if that girl can withstand it. Shenxiang looked at the world, defying God Furnace, and pressed his hand on it to prevent the lid from being broken. Sister Xian Ro, let's begin. Shenxiang said, let the clone fuse with Sister Zillion. Following that, Xian Ro released her own clones and turned them into balls of white light. One by one, they embraced Yu Zillion and fused with her, inside her body. This process was very fast, and every time Yu Zillion fused with his clone, he could feel his body becoming stronger. Not long after, it would be Xian Ro's turn to fuse with Yu Zillion's body. Brother Shen, I hope we can meet again. Xian Ro's beautiful eyes were still filled with boundless tenderness, but they were filled with tears. Sister Xian Ro, we'll definitely meet again. Shenxiang smiled at her. Xian Ro gently gritted her teeth and then walked over to kiss Shenxiang. Her body emitted a white glow and then fused into Yu Zillion's body. At this moment, Yu Zillion's entire body was emitting a strong purple light. The moment Xian Ro fused into her body, she had many complicated emotions and emotions. A large amount of memories also converged into the depths of her soul. It was also at this moment that she gained a deeper understanding of Shenxiang. She knew that Shenxiang had once refined a 6-path life spirit. As for the 6 cultivation laws, they only appeared after Shenxiang refined the 6-path life spirit. Therefore, she immediately realized that Shenxiang was not some evil chaos child, but someone who was deeply related to this universe. Yan Zillion was also secretly excited in her heart, because Shenxiang had already refined her soul into a life soul. She was about to fuse with it. Sister Zillion, it's about to begin. Shenxiang said seriously. Chapter 4450. Are you Zillion or the 9-colored Lotus Emperor? Shenxiang looked straight at this noble woman who had suddenly become cold and arrogant, her entire body filled with might. He felt that it took a lot of courage to ask this question. The 9-colored Lotus Emperor is dead. I am Zillion now. After she finished speaking, she turned her head with her back facing Shenxiang. Her voice was neither cold nor indifferent as she said, this world no longer has the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. She is a failure and does not have the qualifications to live in this world. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Shenxiang said. He still can't figure out whose personality and thoughts this woman in front of him has. This is for you. Yu Zillion turned around and pulled out a purple lotus from somewhere. It looked like it was carved out of purple crystal. It was very exquisite and noble. What is this? Shenxiang asked. I don't know. It should be considered a Tao seed. It can be considered my repayment to you. Zillion said, you've helped me a lot. I might not be able to repay such a favor in my entire life. You're welcome. Actually, I had my own plans for waking you up. Shenxiang did not plan on taking her purple crystal lotus. I know what you're thinking. You want me to fight against the 6 races of life spirit, Zillion said. But no matter what, I'm very grateful to you for doing your best to wake me up. Take it. Zillion grabbed Xinxiang's hand and stuffed the purple crystal lotus into his hand. She said, I don't know what use this has, but it's very important to me. Help me protect it well. Maybe, if I die again, I can use this thing to be reborn. Ah! Xinxiang was startled. He could only accept the purple crystal lotus now and plan to study it properly. All right, where's Sister Shinro? Xinxiang asked softly. She's gone. She'll never appear again. Zillion said coldly and then stared at Xinxiang. Xinxiang's body trembled. This was the worst outcome he could imagine, but it still happened. Seeing Xinxiang's soulless appearance, Zillion snorted coldly. She wanted to be with you so much before, but you didn't appreciate it. He didn't cherish her back then, and now he regretted it? You're such a scumbag. Xinxiang's heart was filled with grief. He couldn't speak, and his voice was choked with sobs. She's fine. Her consciousness is still asleep. She's too tired. Zillion snorted. Xinxiang looked at Yu Zillion in astonishment. He was actually tricked. Yu Zillion was lying to him, just now. But no matter what, she's with me now. It's dangerous. Zillion said, when she wakes up, I will separate her and let her stay by your side. If I die, you can revive me through her and the amethyst lotus. You won't die fighting against the 6 clans of Life Soul, right? Xinxiang frowned and said they're not that strong now. In a place like the Sacred Realm, it's not their turn to act like a tyrant. Xinxiang, the strength of the 6 clans of Life Soul is far beyond your imagination. Zillion said, we killed 2 elders of 6 Souls Palace in the core of the earth. Do you think the 6 clans of Life Soul are only SOSO? Isn't that so? Xinxiang obviously remembered the 2 elders of 6 Souls Palace. They were indeed quite strong, but in Xinxiang's opinion, they were only SOSO, especially the one who wanted to sleep with him. He should be one of the stronger elders of 6 Souls Palace, but he was still killed by them in the end. I can only say that the structure of 6 Souls Palace is very complicated, and they're very powerful. They have a very mysterious power, other than the power of curses. They also have a power that can control the world. Zillion said, by the way, Sister Zillion, the thing that I took out from your soul abyss, I call it the Fate Vein Spirit. Do you know anything about it? Xinxiang asked. I don't know, but I know that such a thing exists. The stronger a person's soul is, the more obvious the Fate Vein Spirit is, and the easier it is to target it. Speaking of this, Zillion looked at Xinxiang with a gentler gaze. She sighed softly and continued, I don't know how you removed the Fate Vein Spirit and transferred it to your soul. This will only cause you to suffer a lot of curses aimed at me in the future. It's fine. I'll think of a way to avoid it as soon as possible. Xinxiang said, I'll go out and chase away all those fellows outside. Zillion said, I've only recovered my memories now, but my strength hasn't recovered. The life soul you gave me is also very special. I need time to adapt. Sister Zillion, where are you going? I suggest you stay here for a while. Xinxiang said, I want to go to Tianmu Sacred Desolate. The strongest power that I kept in my previous life is hidden there. Zillion said, I want to take it back before the enemy finds it. Chapter 4451. Xinxiang took out the purple crystal lotus and looked at it carefully. For the time being, he did not find anything. However, he believed that this should have a lot to do with the 6 paths purple lotus life soul that he had refined earlier. Although Yai Zillion had walked far away, Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and immediately chased after her. He wanted to see how Yai Zillion had blasted away the group of people outside. One had to know that Yai Zillion had been chased by this group of people before. Now that she had become stronger, she would more or less vent her anger. She can only fly, and she has awakened her own soul talent. I wonder what kind of ability the 6 paths purple lotus life soul talent gave her. Xinxiang wanted to know, but since Yai Zillion did not take the initiative to say it, it meant that it was not convenient for her to reveal it. The 6 realms mirrors shuttled through space and quickly caught up with Zillion. By the time he saw Zillion, she had already flown out of the Scarlet Dragon Island's barrier. When she saw him, her arms quickly danced and many vines surged out from her arms. Those purple vines had many sharp thorns that flickered with a demonic purple light. It was obvious that they were poisonous. Isn't she a lotus? How can there be such a thing as a vine? Xinxiang was secretly alarmed. He originally thought that Zillion was going to use these poisonous vines to bind people, but that was not the case. As the poisonous vines danced crazily, the purple poisonous thorns on them shot out in all directions. Those poisonous thorns were thin and long, and they were very fast. What was shocking was that when these poisonous thorns flew over, if they were blocked, they would explode and turn into purple poisonous gas. If one was stabbed, the poison would explode in one's body. Xinxiang had already seen that many people from Tianwu and 6 Paths, sacred gates, had turned purple after being stabbed. After these people were poisoned, they quickly turned into purple dried corpses. What a guy! Xinxiang exclaimed again because he saw that the heads of the dried corpses had actually bloomed. That's right, after turning into dried corpses, purple lotuses bloomed on their heads. Then these purple lotuses flew towards Zillion and entered her body. Many of the experts and dukes present felt their scalps go numb at the sight of this. The dukes did not know what had happened to Zillion, but they could feel that Zillion's soul was very strong. It put a lot of pressure on them. They all secretly guessed that Zillion might have entered the core of the earth and obtained some kind of inheritance, which was why he became so powerful. This was because everyone knew that there was an entrance to the earth's core on the Scarlet Dragon Island, and there was a heavenly source, crystal, soul mother underneath. The sudden increase in the Saint Profound Star's energy was closely related to the heavenly source, crystal soul mother under Scarlet Dragon Island. Zillion had become stronger, and now she was as strong as Crazy King and Shao King. None of the kings present were strong enough to fight Zillion, so they had to retreat. The Life Spirit 6 races, 6 Tao Sacred Gate, and 6 Souls Palace might have the same origin, but they didn't work together. They quickly retreated and reported to their superiors. The Life Soul Palace also ran very quickly. Although they were not weak, they had lost many people just now, so they could only run first. Zillion had killed tens of thousands of people just now. Moreover, her methods were very strange and terrifying, so it was very scary. Balian was also present. She also ran away at the first possible moment. She even used a very expensive and rare spatial escape talisman to allow herself to immediately teleport away. This was because she knew very well that Zillion hated her very much. After clearing the area, Zillion immediately flew in a direction. She seemed to know where the Tian clan mother was. Xinxiang immediately took out the communication talisman and placed it on the 6 realms mirrors to contact Bai Zhenjin, who was still in the Tianmu Sacred Palace. However, he couldn't contact her. He had been unable to contact the Tianmu Sacred Palace for a period of time. Even if he couldn't contact them, he would still send a message. They should be fine, right? Xinxiang was relieved when he thought of Zillion rushing over. Big brother, Sister Zillion is so powerful. Little Mirror said, "Oh, right, little Sister Mirror. Did you check her 6 Tao cultivation just now?" Xinxiang asked. Her demon Tao cultivation is at level 40. Soul Tao and endowment Tao are at level 30. The rest are around 15 or 20. Little Mirror said, "Overall, she's not much higher than you." Chapter 4452. Zillion did not know that Xinxiang was facing a strong enemy, because in her opinion the barrier around the Scarlet Dragon Island was extremely strong. If she hadn't obtained Xinxiang's permission, it would have been very difficult for her to break in with her current strength. Xian Ro was not asleep. Her consciousness was still on Zillion, so she was currently sharing a body with Zillion. Originally, Yu Zilian could have merged with Xan-Ro's consciousness, but she did not do so because she never wanted Xan-Ro to become her clone. She wanted to keep Xan-Ro's personality and thoughts and make her independent. Elder sister, are you the 9-colored Lotus Emperor or my sister Zilian? Xan-Ro was also filled with doubt. Sometimes I can't even tell. You give me a strange feeling, but also very familiar. Both. The 9-colored Lotus Emperor was originally me, and the relationship between me and the 9-colored Lotus Emperor was from my previous life. Yu Zilian said, however, I am now living as the Yu Zilian of this life. I can be considered to have started all over again. Then, are you not affected by your previous life? Xan-Ro asked. Little brother Shin is very worried that your temperament will change greatly, but it seems that you haven't changed much. Little sister, don't worry. His understanding of my cloning technique is too one-sided. Yu Zilian, who was flying, suddenly laughed and said, actually, my personality in my previous life and this life is about the same. Furthermore, my memories and thoughts from my previous life have perfectly fused together. Then I can be at ease. Little brother Shin is very worried that you will be blinded by hatred. Xan-Ro laughed. Elder sister, little brother Shin seems to be too worried. He knows too little about me. I was indeed betrayed back then. It seems that I should tell him more details. After Yu Zilian finished speaking, she looked at the gigantic 6 realms mirrors floating in the Scarlet Dragon Island's direction. Even she, the 9-colored Lotus Emperor, was shocked by that thing. What Yu Zilian could see and hear, Xan-Ro could feel. Therefore, when Yu Zilian said that Xan-Ro was gone and she saw Shin Xiang's soulless appearance, she was quite happy in her heart. Elder sister, little brother Shin is really amazing. I never thought that he would be the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon. Xan-Ro exclaimed, oh right, elder sister, you said that he's not simple. What's going on? He is most likely the creator of this universe. Zilian said, furthermore, he accidentally created this world-defying universe, so he was targeted by the 6 clans of Life Soul. There were many curses on his body, and the strongest one was the curse of forgetting origin. Then there is the eternal youth curse, which makes it difficult for him to grow up. Ah, no wonder he always looked like a young man. Even if we used tools to test him, we couldn't detect it, Xan-Ro said in shock. Yes, there are also many strange curses. They were probably cast by the 6 clans of Life Spirit when they sealed him. Zilian sighed. Those curses are still in a dormant state, so I can't see through them. Then is there a way to help him get rid of those curses? Xan-Ro asked sadly. There is, but I need to find the Heavenly Mother Life Spirit before I can help him. Yu Zilian said, the path of searching for the Heavenly Mother Life Spirit is also filled with danger for me. So when the time comes, you must return to his side. If something happens to me, you will be able to sense it, and I can be reborn through you. Sister. Xan-Ro hesitated. Little sister, rest well. Yu Zilian said, you also have to become stronger. Otherwise, it won't be long before we are annihilated again. In the Scarlet Dragon Island, after Shen Xiang released the world-defying mountain and river diagram, he successfully reinforced the space here. Seal. The person who possessed the spatial origin bead also felt that it was inconceivable because he never thought that someone would be able to use such a powerful technique. Shen Xiang flew around the Scarlet Dragon Island for a while and quickly found that person. It was an old man. He was skinny and his face was full of wrinkles. His entire body was dark and swarthy. He held a long staff that was even taller than him. At the top of the staff there was a fist-sized pearl. Shan Xiang took a look and knew that it was the spatial origin bead. The old man also saw Shan Xiang. He laughed sinisterly a few times. His laughter was ear-piercing and made one's hair stand on end. So it's you. The old man laughed sinisterly. Son of evil chaos, it was indeed you. Who did it? You do have some ability. I never thought that you would grow to such an extent. Who are you? Do you know me? Xinxiang asked. How could I not know you? If it wasn't for me, the spatial changes in the world-defying stage universe wouldn't have been so fast, and it wouldn't have been so easy to isolate you and seal you. The old man laughed. Xinxiang immediately recorded the old man's appearance and threw it into the world-defying God furnace, allowing Guan Yanchao to see who this person was. It's this guy. He's actually still alive, Guan Yanchao said, but from the looks of it, he's about to die, right? Is it really him? Why isn't he dead yet? Granny Linglong said in shock. This person is from the evil race, Guan Yanchao said. The evil race of the righteous and evil races. That's why this guy has an evil aura all over his body. Chapter 4453. Xinxiang had long known that he was just a small fry in the eyes of the 6 families of Life Soul, so when Xie Xian said that, he did not have much of an emotional fluctuation. Old man, since you looked down on me so much, why didn't you kill me? Why didn't you kill me completely? Xinxiang said with a slight smile, and let me live for 100,000 years and finally ran out. Because if you die, this universe will not grow. Although you are a piece of trash, I have to say that you are very lucky to be able to create the world-defying universe and have a very important relationship with this universe. Xie Xian sighed. What are you sighing for? Xinxiang asked, then descended to the ground and arrived in front of Xie Xian. The current Xinxiang was not afraid of Xie Xian at all. Xie Xian was surprised to see Xinxiang so courageous. I sigh at the unfairness of this world. Why did you create the world-defying universe? You are clearly not worthy, Xie Xian said. Fortunately, the relationship between you and this universe is becoming more and more blurry. Once it has completely nothing to do with you, your death will come immediately. How do I determine that the world-defying universe has nothing to do with me? Xinxiang asked. He was not flustered at all, but rather happy. This was because the 6 families of Life Soul were only SOSO right now. They actually did not know that the 6 Tao laws were closely related to him. Wait until the great Life Soul of the world-defying universe kills you. Xie Xian chuckled. The great Life Soul should not be convinced by you. When the great Life Soul finishes cutting you off, you will immediately die. So you guys look down on me that much. Xinxiang laughed at himself. I really am a loser. Not entirely. This thing of yours is a little powerful. Xie Xian looked at the 6 realms mirrors that covered the entire Scarlet Dragon Island and said, Did you make this thing? Or did you pick it up by luck? Old man, do you know what this is? Xinxiang asked. She has a name. If you know me well enough, you should be able to think of what this is. To be honest, I don't have much interest in you, so I've never really tried to understand you, Xie Xian said. That's why I can't remember what this is, but no matter what, it will be mine soon. After that, he laughed a few more times. This is a mirror called the 6 Realms Mirrors, Xinxiang said. Haven't you heard of it? 6 Realms Mirrors? He seemed to have some impression of it. Wasn't this thing sealed? I really didn't expect that you, this trash, still have some ability to be able to come up with such a powerful thing. Xie Xian laughed sinisterly and said, All right. I admit that you have a little ability. I will accept your 6 Realms Mirrors with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his staff into the ground. Instantly, a wave of spatial fluctuations surged out. Without saying a word, Xinxiang directly controlled the 6 Realms Mirrors and shot a beam of light at Xie Xian. He wanted to stop Xie Xian. The 6 Realms Mirrors was currently using the power of 6 life spirits. Otherwise, it would not have been able to suppress Xie Xian. At this moment, the energy of the Scarlet Dragon Island crazily gathered in the air. The world-defying mountain and river diagram enveloped the entire Scarlet Dragon Island. The mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees inside the mountain and river diagram were all breathing crazily, as if a world was crazily absorbing the energy emitted by the Scarlet Dragon Island. The golden beam of light shot down by the 6 Realms Mirrors was condensed very thin, and directly struck Xie Xian's body. Xie Xian was immediately unable to move. His sinister eyes were bloodshot and filled with shock. He never thought that the power of the Six Realms mirrors would be so strong to actually be able to make him unable to move all of a sudden. At the top of the staff in his hand, the spatial origin bead also flickered with an intense light, forming a spatial shield that enveloped him. However, the beam of light shot down by the Six Realms mirrors still pierced through and landed on Xie Xian's body, causing him to be unable to release his powerful strength. Xie Xian was very calm as he said, "You won't be able to last long. I will be able to resolve this little trick of yours very quickly. You should be very clear about this as well. I am indeed unable to deal with you for a long time, so I will kill you in a short period of time." After Xianxiang finished speaking, he took out the world-defying God Furnace and directly released Granny Linglong. "Little darling, come back quickly," Granny Linglong shouted. Suddenly, the light from the spatial origin bead on top of Xie Xian's long staff became even stronger. But this kind of energy was not under Xie Xian's control. The spatial origin bead suddenly flashed and shuttled through space. It directly appeared above the world-defying God Furnace and then fell into the furnace. Xie Xian was dumbstruck. At this moment, his face was ashen. Originally, there was only a little bit of life left on his old face, but now it was suddenly gone. It was like a dead man's face. The spatial origin bead could be said to be the most important thing to him. He would rather die than allow it to fall into the hands of others. But now, Xianxiang had directly kept the spatial origin bead in front of him, almost angering him to death. How did you take it away?" Just now, Xie Xian could not hear Granny Linglong's voice, nor did he sense Granny Linglong's existence. Chapter 4454. Xie Xian was a very powerful elder of the 6 clans of Life Soul, but after all, he came from the divine realm. As long as he came from the divine realm to the sacred domain, he would have to endure the obstruction of the power of the ancient code. Therefore, the current Xianxiang had a high chance of defeating Xie Xian, not to mention that Xie Xian did not have a spatial origin bead. Xie Xian did not know much about Xianxiang. He only knew that Xianxiang had a very powerful 6 realms mirrors, and he could not see through his current cultivation, let alone know what other trump card Xianxiang had up his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, Xie Xian turned into a sturdy old man. It was as if he had been reborn. Just the powerful strength of his body alone caused the surrounding air to fluctuate. His blood-red skin was currently circulating with a layer of luster. It looked like a red vajra, extremely sturdy. Beneath his skin, the evil energy was so black that it made one's scalp go numb. It was as if it was burning his flesh and blood, giving birth to a crazy and tyrannical power. Xianxiang also felt that it was very troublesome, because the other party's body was extremely strong. After all, this was an expert of the 6 clans of Life Soul. On the way to the sacred domain, he had been attacked by the power of the ancient code, but he had protected his powerful body very well. His old and weak body from before was not his true body. Guan Yanchao said, "What you see now is Xie Xian's true body." Xianxiang had felt that it was strange before. An expert like Xie Xian shouldn't have such a weak body. "Do you really think that we didn't kill you back then because we couldn't kill you?" Xie Xian's voice was now as loud as a bell, extremely loud and clear. As he spoke, he punched towards Xianxiang's head and instantly arrived in front of Xianxiang. Xianxiang used an extremely fast movement technique to dodge backwards, and the 6 realms mirrors also stood in front of him, welcoming Xie Xian's terrifying punch. The power of Xie Xian's fist landed on the 6 realms mirrors, causing a loud explosion that caused the ground to sink a few inches. An incomparably violent evil energy filled the air, emitting a black and foul stench. Streaks of black lightning shot out, as if they wanted to tear the world apart. Is it the power of the body? Xianxiang was extremely shocked. Xie Xian's body was actually so strong. If not for the six realms mirrors, with Xianxiang's body and strength, he would not have been able to withstand Xie Xian's terrifying punch. His body is well preserved. Guan Yanchao said, I wonder to what extent this guy has cultivated his body after so many years. Guan Yanchao used to know Xie Xian, but they weren't very familiar with each other. Moreover, they had always held back from each other, so they didn't usually fight each other. Moreover, so many years had passed, and Guan Yanchao's understanding of Xie Xian was very limited. This power is the power of the heavenly source crystal. Shenxiang was also seriously analyzing the situation. In terms of using the power of the heavenly source crystal, Shenxiang had only just started. It was his daughter, Xin Yuanxin, who gave him a heavenly source crystal seed, which allowed him to absorb the power of the heavenly source crystal. Big brother, this is not only his body, it is also his divine tool. Little sister Xiaojing said, he has been using this body as a divine tool for many years to refine. That's why he's so powerful. So that's how it is. Hearing little sister Xiaojing's words, Xinxiang also had a plan to deal with it. He immediately summoned the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Although the current Green Dragon Demon Slayer was not complete, it had undergone several evolutions. Most importantly, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer could absorb the origin energy released by the heavenly source crystal. The Six Realms Mirrors was now Xinxiang's shield, while the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was in charge of attacking. Trash like you can't hurt me at all. Xie Xian sneered and then crazily attacked Xinxiang. He fought with Xinxiang in close combat. Xinxiang used the Six Realms Mirrors to block, dodging and blocking at the same time. He could still deal with it. Xie Xian planned to use his body to continuously erupt with powerful energy and break through Xinxiang's defense bit by bit. Little sister Red Dragon, help me. Xinxiang gripped his saber hilt tightly. The Red Dragon Girl could control the Green Dragon Demon Slayer to quickly absorb the power emitted by the Scarlet Dragon Island. At this moment, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the Six Realms Mirrors could both absorb the power of the Scarlet Dragon Island. One must know that there was a Universe Heart Palace under the Scarlet Dragon Island. The energy it emitted was very strong, and it was very compatible with Xinxiang. Chapter 4455. Is this the ability of the evil race? Xinxiang saw that the other party's arm was about to explode, and then he quickly slashed out a few times, chopping Xie Xian's body into 8 pieces. Xie Xian originally thought that his body would be able to block Xinxiang's slash. After all, that was his body that he had refined for many years, and it was his most powerful divine tool. But now it was easily disintegrated by Xinxiang with a few slashes. What made Xie Xian the most furious was that the power used by Xinxiang's slashes was actually infused with the power of the spatial bead. He could even use the power of space to disintegrate his body, which could be said to be effortless. At this moment, Xie Xian was shocked and terrified, and his heart was filled with resentment. This was because he had used it for many years and was still unable to completely grasp the power of the spatial bead. On the other hand, Xinxiang had just started to use it, yet he was already able to use it so skillfully. It could be said that he had completely grasped the main point of using the spatial bead, but he was still unable to fully unleash its strongest power. However, he was already much stronger than him, Xie Xian. Over the years, Xie Xian had developed a very limited amount of power from the spatial bead, but he could still obtain an extraordinary amount of power from it. It allowed him to hold his head high and look down on all living beings. You think you can stop me like this? You're still underestimating me. After Xie Xian's body was disintegrated, every part of his body suddenly swelled up. I didn't underestimate you. I overestimated you. The 6 realms mirrors in Xinxiang's hands had already flown out and struck Xie Xian's head. The 6 realms mirrors released a powerful soul force, wanting to directly devour Xie Xian's soul. At the same time, Xinxiang also used his own soul Dao, endowment Dao, and heavenly Dao origin energy to increase the power of the 6 realms mirrors. Xie Xian could clearly feel that his soul was about to be extracted. The current him was unable to activate any part of his body to self-destruct. He could only use his powerful soul force to compete with Xinxiang. Because he had come from the realm of the gods to the sanctuary, he had already been obstructed by the power of the ancient code. In order to come here, his soul and body had suffered great injuries. Therefore, his current soul was already considered very weak. However, even when Xinxiang and Little Jing joined forces, they were still unable to suppress Xie Xian's soul. Xinxiang also asked Granny Linglong to come out and help because he could feel that Xie Xian's soul could possibly escape. This fellow's soul is indeed very powerful. Granny Linglong immediately felt it. Little Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to take him down. Then what should we do? Xinxiang gritted his teeth and said, Even if we can't take him down, we have to make his soul lose a layer of skin. Bastard, just you wait. Xie Xian's soul roared. Don't even think about keeping me here. Suddenly, Xinxiang could feel an extremely strong pressure coming from Xie Xian's soul. He immediately circulated the essence force that he cultivated in the 6 paths to assist him in attacking Xie Xian's soul. Xie Xian also felt that this was inconceivable. When they had sealed Xinxiang in their eyes, Xinxiang was just an ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow. Even if Xinxiang had been sealed for 100,000 years and cultivated his soul for 100,000 years, he shouldn't have been able to reach this level of strength. Xie Xian was very clear that it was very difficult to cultivate a strong soul. He himself had used many years to obtain such a strong soul. Even if his soul was damaged when he came down from the realm of the gods, he shouldn't have been forced to such a state by Xinxiang. Why was Xinxiang's soul so strong? Xie Xian was very puzzled, but at the same time he was very curious about this. He also had the thought of devouring Xinxiang's soul. Xinxiang had cultivated the 6 paths of cultivation. At this moment, he was also unknowingly using the 6 paths essence force to pull Xie Xian's soul. As long as this continued, Xinxiang was confident that he could take down Xie Xian's soul. Previously, he still wanted to capture Xie Xian's soul to enslave him, but now he no longer had such thoughts. He only wanted to kill him quickly, because Xie Xian's soul was too strong. If he captured it, it might cause Granny Linglong to be devoured by Xie Xian. Just you wait. Xie Xian's soul was now pitch black and flashed with a red light. This soul let out a roar filled with hatred, and then the soul flashed with an intense red light. Xinxiang's reaction was very fast, and he quickly circulated most of his essence force to defend himself. Chapter 4456. I don't know right now either. In short, it's best if the spatial and time elemental beads can be fused with the laws of the world-defying universe, so that they can become stronger. Granny Linglong said, Although these 2 elemental beads came from other universes, through you they can be fused in. Xinxiang did not really understand these things, so he could only try according to what Granny Linglong said. He placed the spatial origin bead into the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying God furnace into the 6 realms mirrors. He asked Granny Linglong to cooperate with little sister Xiaojing to see how he could assimilate the spatial origin bead. Xinxiang went to look for the Scarlet Dragon Lord. With so many things happening in the Scarlet Dragon Island, the Scarlet Dragon Lord was also scared out of his wits. After seeing Xinxiang, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch felt a lot more at ease. Xinxiang was able to return safely after entering the Earth's core, and he had even become very strong. He even allowed the Scarlet Dragon Island to possess a strong barrier. Dragon Lord, monsters are starting to appear. The Scarlet Dragon Lord said. Some little fellows saw those monsters when they were playing by the sea. Fortunately, our Scarlet Dragon Island has a barrier, so those monsters can't enter. Xinxiang also suddenly remembered that the Kanglan Sea had been poisoned by the 6 clans of life spirit. After drinking the seawater, a monster would be born in his stomach, and it would be born very quickly. The reason why the 6 clans of life spirit did this was mainly to allow a large number of monsters to enter the core of the earth and enter the 9 altars to sacrifice themselves. However, all of this was completely destroyed by Xinxiang, and Xiexian, who was sent to carry out this plan, also suffered a huge loss. Not only did he lose the spatial origin bead and a soul, he almost fell into Xinxiang's hands. Are there many of those monsters? Xinxiang asked. Quite a lot. They are all humanoid monsters. The Scarlet Dragon Lord said. Our Scarlet Dragon race shouldn't be able to beat them. Xinxiang also felt that those monsters would be a very troublesome problem. With his own strength, it would be very difficult to completely kill so many monsters. Now, the Kanglan Sea was already overflowing with disaster and was still breeding. This was especially so as the Universe Heart Palace released more and more powerful energy. The monsters in the Azure Waves Sea would only become stronger. At this time, Xinxiang was also thinking about how he could transform and create some powerful races. The Crimson Dragon Clan and the Demonic Ape Dragon Clan were both very suitable for modification. Clan leader, pick 10 outstanding Red Dragon clansmen in the next few days, Xinxiang said. They must be outstanding in all aspects. All right. The Red Dragon Patriarch nodded in agreement without asking why. Xinxiang entered the hollow of a large tree and pondered. How could he transform the Crimson Dragon tribe? Granny Linglong said that what creates life is the power of the law of life. Xinxiang was still unable to comprehend the law of life in the world-defying universe. The natural laws of the prideful universe were controlled by the prideful life soul. Xinxiang couldn't come into contact with them. My 6 Tao laws should also be considered the laws of the prideful universe, but they are only cultivation laws. Xinxiang recalled that the reason why he had created the 6 Tao laws was because he had an unawakened soul. After refining the soul into a life soul, the 6 Tao laws appeared. Could it be that if I were to refine a life soul for myself, I would be able to create my own laws? Xinxiang no longer had a soul. He needed an unawakened soul before he could refine it into a life soul. Xian Ro was not here. Without her large number of clones to help him, it would be very difficult for him to refine the soul into a life soul. Wait, don't I have Xiexian's soul? Xinxiang immediately took out Xiexian's soul. Xiexian's soul had already self-destructed, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it became very fragmented and drifted away. Xinxiang collected it and sealed it in a pearl. This guy's soul's ability should have already disappeared. Right now, it's just an empty soul. Xinxiang went to sense it. He could feel a very strong soul power, but it was still far from the power of a life soul. Oh, right, when I was at the 9 Supremes' altar, I killed a lot of people from the 6 Souls Palace. Their souls have the powerful energy that I need. Xinxiang immediately checked the interior of the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiao Jing had saved all the energy that she had devoured. It should be enough. Chapter 4457. After knowing that Granny Linglong was leaving, little sister Xiao Jing also felt very sad. She had cooperated with Granny Linglong so many times and had a deep relationship with him. Little sister Xiao Jing also hoped that there would be a kind elder. This would make her feel very warm. Granny Linglong was a life soul and belonged to the same category as little sister Xiao Jing, so they were very close to each other. Granny, then will we see you again in the future? Little sister Xiao Jing's voice carried a trace of sobbing. You were fine. Why did you suddenly leave? I don't know. Maybe this is the mission of us, Great Life Soul. Granny Linglong was also very reluctant because meeting Xinxiang was a great opportunity for her. Maybe after meeting the little master, I was summoned. Granny, you suddenly felt that a certain place was summoning you. Is this because of me? Shen Xiang felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Maybe it was after being with you, or maybe it was because of you that I changed in the world-defying stage universe. Granny Linglong said, maybe I took root in the world-defying stage universe, absorbed the power of the world-defying stage universe, and was then sensed and summoned back. Big Sister Linglong, you still have 10 life soul elemental beads. Without your help, this brat wouldn't have been able to get it. When Guan Yanchao found out that Granny Linglong was leaving, he was also a little reluctant. This was because he wanted to understand more about the great life soul through Granny Linglong. He has the 2 life soul elemental beads of time and space. With the power of these 2 life soul elemental beads, it won't be difficult for him to snatch those 10 life soul elemental beads. Granny Linglong laughed. Little master, I believe in you. Granny, then can we meet again in the future? Shen Xiang was also reluctant to part with Granny Linglong. If we are fated, we should be able to meet again. Granny Linglong said, Little master, my fate has changed because of you. Right now, there seems to be a mission waiting for me. Maybe it's related to you. Take care of yourself, and look forward to our meeting again. Granny Linglong flew out of the world, defying God Furnace, and turned into a ball of light. As she floated up, a spatial crack suddenly appeared and sucked her in. He left just like that. Guan Yanchao sighed. Then what should I do? Who will accompany me in the future? Guan Yanchao only had a weak soul now. Thankfully, he was part of the Life Soul 6 races, so his soul could still exist for many years without dissipating. Don't worry, there's plenty to accompany you. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he stuffed Guan Yanchao into the demonic ape-dragon garden of the 6 realms mirrors. Shen Xiang, F***CKU, I am a girl. How can you let such a delicate girl like me be with this group of things? Go somewhere else. Guan Yanchao roared. Communicate with them properly. They are very cute. You will definitely like them. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Guan Yanchao. Guan Yanchao was still very useful because he could find out what kind of curse Shen Xiang had, but he was still unable to understand it in depth. He still needed to study it carefully. Little Sister Jing, can you control both the space elemental bead and the time elemental bead? Shen Xiang asked. I can only grasp the basics. Little Sister Xiao Jing said, These 2 things are too profound. These are 2 types of law power from Granny Linglong's universe. So that's how it is. Shen Xiang had also guessed this before, and now it had confirmed his previous guess. Big brother, although I can only use it at the beginning, don't worry, it will be of great help to you. Little Sister Xiao Jing said confidently, In the future, we will definitely be able to see Granny Linglong again. Thank you for helping us a lot. Without her help, we wouldn't have been able to obtain these 2 very important life soul elemental beads. Shen Xiang was grateful and hoped that he could help Granny Linglong in the future. And Granny Linglong's wish was to destroy the Life Soul 6 races. After all, her universe was destroyed by the Life Soul 6 races. Big brother, are you going to transform the Scarlet Dragon race and the demonic ape dragon? Little Sister Xiao Jing said, How do I need to help? I need a large amount of life law fragments. Shen Xiang said, Granny Linglong said before that there were a large number of life law fragments scattered in the Canglan Sea. These fragments should have been collected from many universes. Are we going to collect these fragments? Little Sister Xiao Jing asked. Not only do we have to collect the fragments, we also have to try our best to retrieve the various chaotic life law energies in the Canglan Sea. Shen Xiang already had a plan, but he didn't know if it could be implemented. That's a little difficult. If the 6 realms mirrors is strong enough to cover the entire Saint Profound Star, then that's more like it. Little Sister Xiao Jing sighed. The current 6 realms mirrors is not that strong yet. Take it slow. Shen Xiang said, Let's find some fragments first. You need to sense it. No problem, leave it to me. Little sister Xiao Jing was very confident in this. Little sister Xiao Jing, when we came out of the Universe Heart Palace, it was because Xiao Yuan Xian opened a spatial passage that we were able to come out. I remember that 2 days had passed since we came out of the spatial passage. Xinxiang said, I wonder if we can enter the Universe Heart Palace again. It should be possible. I have the spatial origin bead now, so it's not difficult. Little sister Xiaojing said, Furthermore, the Scarlet Dragon Island should be a spatial node to enter the Universe Heart Palace. As they spoke, the 6 realms mirrors floated up and emitted light as it began to sense the Universe Heart Palace. The 6 realms mirrors had entered it once before, so it was more familiar with the space where the Universe Heart Palace was located. Chapter 4458. The little girl is Shen Yuanxin. Although her long hair is disheveled and her clothes are very old, she is very beautiful and cute. Father. When Shen Yuanxin saw Xinxiang, she immediately threw herself into his embrace. Little Yuan Xan, it hasn't been long, and you can already transform into a human. Xinxiang said with a grin. Seeing this little girl, his heart also felt warm. He hurriedly lifted her up and then gently touched her little face. Father, after you left last time, I slept here for more than 100 years. Shen Yuanxin seemed to be a little shy. She floated in the air with her head lowered. Her small hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes as she said in a delicate voice, Father, I've transformed into a human. Am I ugly? No way. You're very beautiful, very cute. Xinxiang said with a smile, Little Yuan Xan, you're as good-looking as father. Is that so? Shen Yuanxin smiled and immediately became overjoyed. Then she started dancing in the air. She floated in the air and rolled around. Her lively and happy appearance caused Xinxiang's face to reveal a fatherly smile. Little Yuan Xian, did you turn this place into this? Xinxiang looked around and said, In this Universe Heart Palace, Xinxiang can fly and easily float in the air. I'm the one who did this. Shen Yuanxin nodded and said, Big brother, after I woke up, I sensed the time outside and then synchronized with the time outside. Oh, right, little Yuan Xian, can you sense the Saint Xian star? Xinxiang asked again. He came here to find Shen Yuanxin for help. Of course I can. After Shen Yuanxin finished speaking, she pursed her lips and waved her cute little hand around. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional image of a star gradually appeared in the air above her. This star is emitting a golden light. It is the Saint Xian star. This is the Saint Xian star. Shen Yuanxin pointed at a small red piece of the star and said, Father, the Scarlet Dragon Island is here. Little Yuan Xian, you're really amazing, Xinxiang exclaimed and then asked, To what extent can you control the Saint Profound Star? I don't know. What does father want me to do? Shen Yuanxin floated behind Xinxiang and leaned on his shoulder. Xinxiang pulled her in front of him, then helped her comb her hair and said, The sea of the Saint Profound Star scattered fragments of the law of life from many universes. I hope to absorb all the law of life from the sea and gather them here. If possible, it would be best to gather all the law of life fragments. No problem. Although my power can't cover the entire universe, I can still do it on this small planet. Shen Yuanxin said confidently. Xinxiang helped her tie a pair of ponytails, which made her even more charming. Little sister Xiaojing also gave her a few small dresses. Father, sometimes I will go into deep sleep to cultivate. If you don't see me when you come in here, don't worry. Shen Yuanxin really liked the 2 ponytails that Xinxiang had tied for her and played with them with his hands. If you have anything you don't understand in terms of cultivation, you can tell father. Xinxiang said, Then how can I contact you? Through Aunt Jing it should be possible. Shen Yuanxin lightly waved his hand, and a golden belt of light appeared, and then controlled it to float towards the 6 realms mirrors. This is a spatial vein that can connect to the universe heart palace. Xin Yuanxin said, "We can contact each other at any time." Little Yuan Xian, then can we use this spatial vein to obtain energy from here? Little sister Xiaojing said, 6 realms mirrors needs a lot of energy. This is possible, but I need to refine it in advance to give you special energy. Xin Yuanxin thought for a while, then said, "The energy of the universe heart palace is rather primitive. It needs to go through many transformations before it can be better absorbed by you, and then transmitted to you through the spatial vein." "Is it all heavenly source crystals' origin energy?" Xinxiang asked. "Yes." Xin Yuanxin nodded and said with a smile, "Father, the heavenly source crystals' origin energy that I gave you are all of the best quality. This way, I don't need to give you heavenly source crystals, but sometimes we also need heavenly source crystals." Little sister Xiaojing said, "After all, the heavenly source crystal contains energy and is in a solid state." "Aunt Jing, that's easy. I will send you the heavenly source crystal's energy. If you need the crystal, then let Father collect it and refine it into pills. The quality will be even better." Xin Yuanxin laughed. "Father's alchemy skills are the best." "That's true." Shenxiang now has the heavenly source crystal seed, but he never had enough heavenly source crystal's energy. Now that Shen Yuanxin had transferred the heavenly source crystal's energy, he did not need to look for it everywhere. Chapter 4459. Xie Xian did not want to appear in front of these juniors in this state, but he was forced to do so. He was very weak now and needed their help. If he did not show up, he would not be able to communicate with them. I underestimated the great life spirit of the world-defying universe. Xie Xian pondered for a while. Then his soul said in a cold, dignified voice, "The reason why I was defeated like this was because I underestimated you. You must learn from this. When you fight with your enemies, you must not be arrogant." Xie Xian's words were also half true and half false. The reason why he was beaten up like this was indeed because he underestimated his enemy. He had greatly underestimated Shenxiang's hidden strength. Otherwise, he would not have become like this. Everyone in the secret room was in awe after hearing Xie Xian's words. In their opinion, the great life spirit of the world-defying universe was very powerful, and Xie Xian had actually fought with it. Although I was defeated, my great life spirit was greatly damaged in a short period of time. Xie Xian said in an indifferent tone, "I need to rest for a while. I have many important things to tell you. If you can do it well, I will reward you handsomely." The young and middle-aged people in the room immediately thanked old ancestor Xie Xian. "First, you must investigate Scarlet Dragon Island." Xie Xian said, "You must find a way to sneak into Scarlet Dragon Island." The people of Six Souls Palace had more or less heard about Scarlet Dragon Island. There was a god, Lord Scarlet Dragon there with unfathomable strength. Xie Xian did not mention anything about Xinxiang. He did not think that these people needed to know about Xinxiang's existence. "Second, you must help me investigate a woman named Yan Zillion. You must know everything about her. She killed 2 elders of Six Souls Palace. You must not let her go. Third, the Tianwu people and the Tianwu beastmen are too peaceful. You must find a way to instigate them and make them fight in Songlan Sea. Songlan Sea is breeding a large number of 6 soul demons. They are very hungry and need sufficient nutrition. Fourth, you must lead the 6 races of Life Spirit, 6 Path Sacred Gates, and Life Spirit Palace. Tell them to hurry up and send as much food as possible to the Azure Wave Sea. Fifth, we need to investigate the activities of the Heavenly Mother Soul race in the sacred region. These women are a huge threat. The 6th thing is to make good use of the Tiancheng people and the Tiancheng Orcs moles. Give them better treatment and make them more loyal to us. Xie had arranged many things in one go. After all, he was going into seclusion to recuperate, and these things were the general direction. Xie was sent by the Six Souls Palace. Now that he had messed up, he had to do his best to salvage the situation. The 10 people he had gathered were people he had brought from the Divine Dominion. In the Sacred Dominion, their status was extremely high. They could directly lead the Life Spirit 6 races, the 6 Sacred Gates, and even the Life Spirit Palace had to listen to them. Of course, this was only what they thought. As for whether those forces would listen to them or not, that was another matter. If nothing had happened to Xie, and if those forces didn't listen to his orders, Xie could come out and teach them a lesson, which would be a great deterrent. However, Xie's strongest reliance, the space elemental bead, had been taken away by Xinxiang. In addition, his powerful body had been destroyed, and his current strength was very weak. He didn't have much of a deterrent force. Go. After completing these things, I guarantee that you will rise in the Six Souls Palace and obtain a higher status. Xie said. Xinxiang had already come out of the Universe Heart Palace and was refining the soul bestowment left behind by Xie. Xiexin's soul bestowment had self-destructed. Xinxiang was now gathering the remnant soul of this soul bestowment and using it as a base to refine the empty shell soul bestowment. Then he would refine the life spirit. As for whether he could form the law this time, he wasn't sure. After Xin Yuanxin broke through, a very powerful energy erupted from his body. This energy had not been completely released yet, and was still slowly overflowing from the Saint Profound Star, finally drifting throughout the entire sacred region. Xinxiang was very clear that this energy couldn't be controlled by Xin Yuanxin. Therefore, after it was released, anyone could become stronger through this energy. This was something that couldn't be helped. With the time elemental bead, Xinxiang could save a lot of effort when refining the life spirit. Little sister Xiaojing was activating the power of the time elemental bead, increasing the speed at which the world-defying God furnace was circulating. Therefore, Xinxiang was able to quickly refine something similar to a soul bestowment. However, he was currently lacking the main materials, causing him to be unable to continue refining the life spirit. Little Yuan Xin, how much life law energy and fragments have you collected? Xinxiang contacted Xin Yuanxin through the 6 realms mirrors. I've collected a little. Xin Yuanxin immediately replied, No rush, I can wait. Xinxiang had only left the Universe Heart Palace for 2 days, so it would take time for Xin Yuanxin to start moving. Chapter 4460. Xinxiang did it in a tree hole. The people of the Scarlet Dragon race were now very safe on the Scarlet Dragon Island. If there was nothing else, they would not disturb Xinxiang. However, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch had been feeling very anxious for the past few days because the situation outside the Scarlet Dragon Island was very bad. Therefore, he was pacing back and forth outside the tree that Xinxiang was staying in. Patriarch, what's going on? Xinxiang was currently resting and recovering his 6 paths origin energy. He sensed that the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was pacing back and forth outside and immediately asked, It's not a big deal. I was just hesitating whether or not to tell Dragon Lord. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch laughed and said, Since Dragon Lord has asked, then I'll tell you. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch told Xinxiang about the situation outside the Scarlet Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Island was surrounded by many monsters. The monsters were all very large, and the tallest one was even 3,000 meters tall. There were also many monsters that were several hundred meters tall. The Tsanglan Sea was currently filled with these kinds of monsters. The monsters were crazily crashing into the Scarlet Dragon Island, and some of them could even erupt with a powerful force to attack the barrier of the Scarlet Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon race was very worried that the barrier would be broken, so they had been thinking of a way to resist. After Xinxiang heard this, he was extremely shocked. He never thought that the monsters would be so huge. This might also be because the Saint Xian star was emitting a dense amount of energy, from the heavenly origin crystal. Therefore, when the monsters grew up, they crazily absorbed this energy, causing them to mutate and evolve into this state. Dragon Lord, there's one more thing. The Tianwu people and the Tianwu beastmen are fighting. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch said, "Our spies encountered the injured Tianwu beastmen. We got this information from them. The Scarlet Dragon race had wings. Although they looked like bat wings, they could allow them to fly. Therefore, the spies who went out could avoid the monsters in the air and investigate the situation outside. Many of the monsters that were born from the Tsanglan Sea had wings, but they were unable to fly. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about the barrier for the time being." Xinxiang said, "After I come out of seclusion, I will lead you to get rid of those annoying monsters outside." The Red Dragon Patriarch was relieved. He trusted Xinxiang very much. Xinxiang contacted Guaning. She was also surrounded by many monsters at the Great Kuan sect. Fortunately, they were prepared. With a strong barrier defense, they could block those monsters. He also realized that if he did not hurry up, those monsters would grow even faster. The Tianho Beastmen and the Tianho Beastmen were already fighting. Both sides had huge numbers and were reproducing very quickly. They relied on absorbing the heavenly source crystal energy emitted by the Saint Mysterious Star to reproduce and grow rapidly. They fought and killed every day, so there would definitely be a large number of corpses. If those monsters ate these corpses, they would grow even faster. The 6 realms mirrors had become much bigger. Xinxiang moved himself and the world defying God furnace up, allowing little sister Xiaojing to activate the time origin bead and circulate the power of the time laws. Little sister Jing, we are going to refine a life origin bead now. Xinxiang said, "This thing should also be considered a type of life soul." Although Granny Linglong never said it before, I think that the life soul origin bead is a small life soul crystal produced by the big life soul. Little sister Xiaojing said, "The time origin bead and the space origin bead are quite suitable for me right now." "Let's begin." Xinxiang nodded. "With little Yuan Xian's help, I will definitely succeed." Little sister Xiaojing began to circulate the time laws. Xinxiang spent 5 years in the domain formed by the law of time, and the outside is also only 5 days had passed. What surprised him was that the Universe Heart Palace's time was actually synchronized with his, so Xin Yuanxin could also provide them with a lot of energy. Xinxiang had successfully refined a life origin bead. This was even longer than the 6 paths life soul and the 6 paths purple lotus that he had refined before. The main reason was that this time he did not have the help of Xan Rose clone, so he had consumed a lot of energy. "Big brother, then how do we use this thing to modify the Scarlet Dragon race?" Little sister Xiaojing was inside the 6 realms mirrors, hugging the life origin bead. "Fuse with it first. Let's see if it can react with the 6 paths laws," Xinxiang said. "Only now can we use this method to explore." Chapter 4461. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch's smile was very bright. He truly believed that Xinxiang was prepared to show them a few tricks. Xinxiang told him to choose 10 outstanding youths, and then told him to catch a few live rabbits. Wasn't this just to exchange pointers in cooking? "Patriarch, I need those rabbits for a great use." Xinxiang said, "They are not for eating." "Other than eating, what else can those little rabbits be used for?" The Crimson Dragon Patriarch was very curious. After all, rabbits were too weak. "Just wait and see," Xinxiang said. "I still don't know if I can succeed." "Oh right, Dragon Lord, there are more and more monsters outside, and they are all very strong. We can't beat them at all. It seems that our Crimson Dragon race will be trapped on this island for the rest of our lives." The Crimson Dragon Patriarch could not help but sigh. At this moment, waves of beast roars came from outside. They were all roars from the giant monsters outside the Crimson Dragon Island. "I asked you to catch those rabbits to deal with the monsters outside," Xinxiang said with a smile. "Huh, The Crimson Dragon Patriarch was stunned for a moment before he thought about it for a while. He could not understand how Shen Xiang was going to use the rabbits to deal with the giant monsters outside. Dragon Lord, you plan to poison the rabbits and then make them delicious before throwing them to the monsters to eat, right? The Crimson Dragon Patriarch believed that this method could still work as long as the poison was strong enough. Shen Xiang smiled but did not say a word. At this moment, those young people also caught rabbits. Each of them held a fat and big rabbit in their hands. There were white, gray, black, and even blue. There were many varieties. These 10 young people were still very respectful towards Shen Xiang, so they did not dare to speak. After they arrived, they only stood there. Come, put this rabbit on the ground. Shen Xiang pointed at the white rabbit. The young man immediately threw the rabbit on the ground. Shen Xiang gently raised his hand and shot out a ball of white light that enveloped the rabbit and fixed it on the ground. Then he took out the 6 realms mirrors and secretly said to little sister Xiaojing, "Little sister Xiaojing, we're going to start using the life origin orb. Let's see how effective it is. Big brother, why don't we add in some red dragon blood? Otherwise, we don't know what this rabbit will become. If there is red dragon blood, it might have the red dragon bloodline. It should be similar to the red dragon in all aspects," Xiaojing said. "All right." Shen Xiang immediately asked for a bowl of blood from the Red Dragon Patriarch. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the 10 youths all had puzzled looks on their faces. Shen Xiang didn't want the rabbit to cook, but now he wanted a bowl of the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's blood. It looked like he was going to perform a ritual. Shen Xiang dripped a few drops of red dragon blood on the 6 realms mirrors, and then activated the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiaojing was in charge of releasing the life elemental orb's energy, while Shen Xiang was in charge of injecting his own 6 paths origin force. The 2 powers merged together and smoothly activated the life origin orb. Through the mirror of the 6 realms mirrors, a ray of light shot out and shone on the rabbit's body. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the 10 youths suddenly retreated because the rabbit was rapidly expanding. What shocked them was that the rabbit's white fur suddenly turned into white scales that looked similar to dragon scales. What terrified them the most was that under the rabbit's white dragon scales, waves of crimson dragon power seeped out and burned with crimson dragon flames. Shen Xiang had been sensing the changes in the rabbit's body the entire time. Only when he felt that the rabbit had grown to its limit did he stop. The current rabbit was as huge as a tiger. Its 4 limbs had dragon claws, and its white dragon scales flickered with a crimson light. Its head was like a rabbit's, but also like a dragon's. The pair of rabbit ears were still there. Although it looked strange, it was very imposing. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the others at the side were so scared that they couldn't speak. They were even trembling, because this rabbit was even stronger than them. "Looks like it's very successful." Shen Xiang smiled and walked over. The transformed rabbit bent down and allowed Shen Xiang to caress its head. During the process of transformation, the rabbit had improved in all aspects. Shen Xiang's 6 paths origin force could strengthen the rabbit's soul and body. Chapter 4462. Shen Xiang then began to transform the other 9 young people. The process seemed very simple. It was just using a mirror to look at them. What they did not know was that Shen Xiang had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had an abundant amount of 6 realms essence power, and with his precious daughter Shen Yuanqin, he could quickly replenish his energy by transferring Tianyuan crystal energy from the universe Heart Palace. He had continuously transformed 10 Crimson Dragon clan members, and now he needed to rest for a while. The Crimson Dragon Lord at the side was very anxious because it was his turn next. However, Shen Xiang was resting. "Lord, wait patiently." Shen Xiang saw the Crimson Dragon Lord walking back and forth and could not help but laugh. "A hasty person cannot eat hot tofu. Dragon Lord, what do you plan to turn me into?" The Crimson Dragon Lord looked at the 10 youths. They were all sitting down to meditate, trying to adapt to their current form. I don't know yet. Shen Xiang only thought that he wanted to carry out a special transformation on the Crimson Dragon Lord, which was different from the 10 youths. The Crimson Dragon Lord suddenly took out a message symbol paper and said, "The sentries outside sent an urgent message. I don't know what happened. Could it be that those monsters have attacked?" When the 10 new Crimson Dragon people heard this, they immediately stood up, eager to give it a try. After all, they had become very strong now, and urgently needed to fight to understand their own strength. "Don't worry," Shen Xiang said. "You must consolidate the power in your bodies that has just skyrocketed. You must stabilize that power and fuse it into your bodies. Only then can you control it." "Yes, Dragon Lord," they all replied. After receiving the news from the sentries, the Crimson Dragon Lord frowned and said, "Dragon Lord, it's not that the monsters are attacking, but—" A Tianwu man barged in and started fighting with the monsters outside. That Tianwu man kept shouting that he wanted to see young Master Shen and even said, "He's the Tianwu Thunder King." Tianwu Thunder King? Shen Xiang was a little surprised. He can also be considered Sister Xanro's father. Why would he come here? Shen Xiang did not have a good impression of these kings, but the Tianwu Thunder King was, after all, related to Xanro. Xanro's soul was Hou Zilian's doppelganger, but her body had the Heaven's Thunder King's bloodline. Shen Xiang immediately took out a blank paper talisman and used his own blood to draw some runes. Then he handed it to a young man and instructed, "Ah Fu, take this talisman and bring the 9 of them to bring the Heavens, Thunder King in." "Yes, Dragon Lord." Although Ah Fu's stature was relatively short, he was very calm and intelligent. Their small team of 10 immediately took action. They were going to leave the Crimson Dragon Island and bring the Heaven Ho Thunder King in. Shen Xiang continued to rest. He wanted to know why the Thunder King had come. Shen Xiang also had a certain understanding of the Heavens, Thunder King. He was a simple-minded person who was not particularly scheming. He was also very loyal to Emperor Shao. In essence, the Heavens Thunder King was not particularly bad. Since he was here now, and even took a huge risk to come here, it meant that there was something urgent. An hour later, Ah Fu and the others brought the Heavens Thunder King to a forest full of giant trees. Shen Xiang was under a giant tree. One of the Heavens Thunder King's arms was broken, and the clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds. His robust body was covered in many bloody wounds, and those bloody wounds were all green and purple. It was obvious that they were poisonous. The worst thing was that his left eye had a bloody hole pierced through it. However, he was still standing there straight. Even after suffering such an injury, he had not fallen down. When he came, he looked at Ah Fu. When the 10 of them saw him, their eyes revealed a trace of fear, because it was Ah Fu and the others who had saved him. Ah Fu and the others were very strong, and the moment they attacked, they shocked the Heavens Thunder King. He never thought that this group of natives would be so strong. One had to know that in the eyes of the Heavens people, the Crimson Dragon people were like ants. "Dragon Lord, he's here." Ah Fu said, "Dragon Lord? You are Divine Lord Crimson Dragon?" The Heavens Thunder King said in shock. He now understood that the one who chased them away from the Scarlet Dragon Island was actually this evil Chaos Sun. "What business do you have with me?" Shen Xiang sat on a chair, waving a white fan in his hand, and asked with a smile, "You're not here to capture me, are you? Actually, I really want to know how much my evil Chaos Sun is worth right now. I'm here to ask for help." The Heavens Thunder King sat on the ground and sighed. "I really can't think of a safer place, so I can only come here. They want to capture me. I hope young Master Shen can take me in for a period of time." "Why do they want to capture you?" Shen Xiang also wanted to know. "Because I am related to Xanro's body by blood, and Xanro is also a clone of Yu Zilian. So they want to use me to place a curse on you, Zillion. The heavens, I Thunder King, said. Chapter 4463. Shanxiang could feel that this kind of strange soul energy could bring him great benefits. Especially when recovering the soul origin energy, the speed was extremely fast. He also discovered that within this peculiar soul energy, there was also heaven essence energy and demonic essence energy. These are all relatively high-level origin energy from the 6 Tao cultivators. Shanxiang, who was meditating, felt very excited after obtaining this special soul energy. At this moment, he was also very serious about sensing it. As he continued to obtain this special soul origin energy, he gradually felt a very strange feeling. What's going on? I seem to have suddenly connected to something. Shanxiang could not describe what kind of feeling it was for a moment. He could only quietly sense it now. With his eyes closed, he was immersed in his soul sea of consciousness. This was the soul space, which was also the core of his soul. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness break through the soul sea of consciousness. It was as if he had ascended to the 2nd level and arrived at an illusory white world. Shanxiang's body trembled. So there was actually a 2nd level within the soul. He took a closer look and found that there was a huge red dragon shadow in this vast, white illusory space. That was the phantom of the slaughtering scarlet dragon. It was floating in the air in the distance and was extremely huge. This made Shanxiang involuntarily recall that when he cultivated the divine technique of 4 symbols, he was able to cultivate the phantom of this kind of divine beast. He was also very clear that the scarlet dragon phantom he saw was another kind of situation. Shanxiang continued to immerse himself in sensing the phantom of the slaughtering scarlet dragon. Not long after, he discovered that this phantom was connected to the 1st level. Then his consciousness returned to the 1st level of the soul. The 1st level has the 6 Tao cultivators. The slaughtering scarlet dragon is connected to the demon Tao. Could it be that the demon Tao has given birth to other Taos? Shanxiang immediately asked Xiao Jing, "Brother, that should be the dragon Tao." Xiao Jing said in pleasant surprise, "I didn't expect you to reach this step so quickly. I thought you would need a long time to reach this step." "Little Sister Mirror, what's going on?" Shanxiang hurriedly asked. He hadn't expected Little Sister Mirror to know about this. "Just as you guessed, it's a derived Tao," Little Sister Xiaojing said. "In my mind, this should only be possible after cultivating the 6 paths to a certain level in order to comprehend Tao giving birth to Tao. Then why did I do it now?" Shanxiang also felt that it was inconceivable. "Big brother, tell me more about your situation. Be more detailed," Xiaojing said. Shanxiang only spoke about what he had felt before, as well as the fact that he had entered the 2nd layer of his soul. "Could it be because you modified those 10 crimson dragons and then their soul meridians transferred soul energy to you and helped you construct the 2nd space of your soul?" Xiao Jing said. "It could be." Shanxiang said, "My various soul powers are unable to enter the 2nd level space. Only the soul energy sent to me by Ah Fu and the other 10 people can enter the 2nd level space. Big brother, this might be the 2nd space that belongs to the Creator." Little Sister Xiaojing said, "It's really inconceivable. I wonder when you will be able to open the 3rd space. I think I need to at least construct the foundation of the 2nd space of my soul before I can open the 3rd space." Shanxiang is also somewhat excited. "It seems that I need to derive enough Tao from the 6 paths in the 1st space and stabilize the 2nd space before I can open the 3rd space. This means that he will become even stronger at that time. Big brother, your 2nd space also needs spirit bestowment." Little Sister Xiao Jing laughed and said, "It seems that you need a new spirit bestowment to guard the 2nd space." Yes, Shanxiang also thought so and said, "Sister Zillion gave me a zillion before. I don't know if it can become my spirit bestowment. If it can't, then I can only go to Shenzhen. No rush. Little sister Xiaojing said, right now, you need to modify more crimson dragons. This way, you can obtain more of that special soul energy. I think that those soul energies should be because they trust me or because they are sincerely grateful to me and want to repay me. That's why I can obtain them. Xinxiang said. It should be. Big brother, you should talk to Guan Yanchao. He might have other ideas. Little sister Xiaojing said. Xinxiang also immediately contacted Guan Yanchao, who was in the Six Realms Mirrors. Chapter 4464. When Xinxiang saw how expectant the Red Dragon Patriarch was at this moment, he immediately laughed and asked, Patriarch, are you afraid of pain? If your endurance is strong enough, I can use all my strength to destroy you. This will make you stronger. The Red Dragon Patriarch hesitated for a moment because he was still quite afraid of pain. If it was really painful and he cried for his parents, it would definitely be very ugly. If he really couldn't stand the pain, he might even beg Xinxiang to stop. That would be even more embarrassing. About this, how painful is it? The Red Dragon Patriarch had been smiling just now, but now he suddenly became very serious. He said, Dragon Lord, I'm not someone who's afraid of pain. I just want to know the specific situation so that I can be prepared. I can't say how painful it will be. Xinxiang shook his head and said, If you just want to be modified by me to be ordinary, then you don't need to suffer any pain. For example, Ah Fu and the others are like this. At this time, Ah Fu and the other 10 people who were sitting on the ground with their eyes closed immediately opened their eyes. Their eyes revealed a trace of passion, as if to tell Xinxiang that they were not afraid of pain. They only wanted to become stronger. Dragon Lord, I'm not afraid of pain. I want to become stronger. You stood up and said, If it's a very risky technique, then let me try it first. Don't let the Patriarch take the risk. Ah Fu, I say, you're too greedy. You're already so strong now, but you still want to become stronger. How preposterous! The Red Dragon Patriarch rolled up his sleeves and scolded with a smile. I have to teach you brats a lesson and let you learn what it means to be content. Patriarch, I can start now. Are you ready? Xinxiang asked. About this. Ah Fu, you guys stay away from here. I'm afraid that after I become stronger, I won't be able to resist using you guys as practice. The Red Dragon Patriarch said indifferently. He had already decided to accept Xinxiang's extremely painful transformation. However, he didn't want these 10 young people to watch from the side. After all, no one knew how miserable he would be when the time came. There's no need for that. It's even better with them protecting me. Xinxiang said, Patriarch, if it goes smoothly on your body, then I can carry out a second transformation on them. If the Crimson Dragonborn that he modified were to become stronger, it would also help them grow faster in the future. At that time, he would be able to transfer more soul energy to Xinxiang's second layer Soul C. All right, the Red Dragon Chief couldn't say anything now. He was the chief and he had to become stronger. He couldn't be suppressed by these young people. No matter what, for the sake of face, no matter what kind of pain he had to endure it. Dragon Lord, let's begin. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch clenched his fists and stood up straight. Begin. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he used the 6 realms mirrors to face the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. The difference between this modification and the previous one was that he had used more energy from the Pearl of Life. Before this, little sister Xiaojing and Xinxiang had controlled the amount in order to ensure that the young people's bodies would not be affected by the strong impact. But this time was different. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's old bones were extremely tough. Even if he were to undergo all kinds of destruction, there would not be any serious consequences in the end. At most, he would be seriously injured. If those young people were to bear it, their bodies might just explode, so Xinxiang was also very cautious about this. It hurts so much. Dragon Lord, that should be enough. As expected, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was very afraid of pain, and he started shouting loudly. "Old Chief, please bear with it. This is just the beginning," Xinxiang said. "Ah, Dragon Lord, what did you say? It's just begun. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Enough, enough. I'm going to die. Stop quickly." Xinxiang had already started, so how could he stop? And this was indeed just the beginning. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was already lying on the ground. He was originally struggling violently, his body bouncing about, but he was quickly sealed by a force released by the 6 realms mirrors, preventing him from moving. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch let out all kinds of screams like a pig being slaughtered. He was tortured to the point where he cried for his parents and begged for mercy. The young people at the side were all dumbfounded. Was this still their patriarch? The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch, who was usually high and mighty and full of dignity, was now like a pig that had its butt scalded, screaming and arching its body crazily. Chapter 4465. Xinxiang now had an even crazier idea, which was to hunt down those powerful Tianwu people and preserve their souls. Xinxiang needed a large amount of souls to extract the elemental energy within them and use it to refine the life spirit. He could even extract the energy and soul of the Tianwu people to refine pills. "Young Master Shen, how do you want me to repay your kindness?" Tian Shao Thunder King frowned and added, "As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it." "How strong is the heavens, Fire King?" Xinxiang asked. "You can't beat him." "His strength is only SO." Tian Shao Thunder King clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "That guy has the talisman given to him by the 6 clans of the life spirit. I was ambushed by those things, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to beat me." "He's still chasing after you, right?" Xinxiang asked. "Yes, sir." Tian Shao Thunder King had already thought of something and asked, "Young Master Shin, could it be that you want me to lure him out? You want to kill him?" "I don't need to do anything to kill him," Xinxiang laughed. "If I want to kill him now, I can just send my subordinates over. For example, Ah Fu and the other 10. Tian Shao Thunder King could only sigh. Previously, when they came from the Heavenly Nightmare universe, they had landed on this Scarlet Dragon Island. At that time, the Scarlet Dragon race on the island were still hiding in order to survive. At that time, they were facing a strong enemy like the Fire Palace and were unable to resist at all. However, not long after that, they actually did not put the heavens, Fire King, in their eyes. "My target is the Crazy Emperor," Xinxiang said. "The upper echelons of your Tian Shao race are not good people. The number 1 enemy is clearly the 6 clans of the life spirit, but Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao are willing to be dogs of the 6 clans of the life spirit." Tian Shao Thunder King remained silent. "The world-defying universe is not yours. Now, since they have colluded with the 6 clans of the life spirit, they are my enemies," Xinxiang said, "so they must die. What do you need me to do?" Tian Shao Thunder King said. How could he not hate Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao? But there was nothing he could do. "I'll send those 10 young men to follow you out. Take down the heavens, Oyster Fire King, and lure out the crazed emperor," Xinxiang said. "When the time comes, think of a way to let the Crazy Emperor know that you have captured the Fire Emperor alive. Furthermore, you have to provoke the Crazy Emperor crazily." "All right, I promise you." After the Heavenly Thunder King finished speaking, he said, "Young Master Shin, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak," Xinxiang said. "I hope you can kill the Black Lotus," the Heavenly Thunder King said. "This woman is extremely vicious. You must kill her. Don't fall for her honey trap." "Honey trap?" Xinxiang asked. "Have you fallen for it before?" "I almost fell for it." The Heavenly Thunder King shook his head and said, "When I met her back then, I was almost bewitched by her. As for the other dukes, they all have some sort of relationship with her, including Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao." She even works for the Life Soul 6 clans. I wonder how many secrets she knows about the Life Soul 6 clans, Xinxiang said. All right, if I meet her, I will definitely not hold back. I can start moving now, the Heavenly Thunder King said. Xinxiang took out the communication talisman to contact Ah Fu, telling the 10 of them to follow the Heavenly Thunder King and leave the Scarlet Dragon Island. Ah Fu and the others could fly with their dragon scale wings, so they directly flew out of the Scarlet Dragon Island with the Heavenly Thunder King. The Heavenly Thunder King released his aura and lured the Heavenly Thunder King over. Xinxiang was under one of his big trees, patiently waiting for the results from the Heavenly Thunder King. Then he took out the 6 realms mirrors and placed the communication talisman on the mirror. He wanted to use the 6 realms mirror's spatial origin bead to try and see if he could contact someone who was very far away from him. He first tried to call out to Yen Xilin and the others, but there was no response. Then he tried to contact Shen Jinyi's communication talisman, but there was no response. Could it be that they are in a very sealed space? Xinxiang gave up helplessly. Then he tried to contact Wang Camtin. Originally, he did not have much hope, but Wang Camtin responded to him. Brat, how did you connect to my communication talisman? Wang Camtin asked in shock. Chapter 4466. Xinxiang thought about it carefully. He had indeed underestimated the impact of the changes in the Saint Profound Star. Ever since the Universe Heart Palace appeared in the core of the Saint Profound Star, coupled with the breakthrough of Xin Yuanxin, the entire Saint Profound Star had undergone earth-shattering changes. The energy that erupted from the Saint Profound Star could affect the entire sacred realm. Xinxiang never thought that the Saint Profound Star would become so powerful. One had to know that although the Saint Profound Star was a relatively prosperous star in the past, it was not considered the top in the sacred realm. Master, you mean it's best if I don't leave the Saint Profound Star, right? Xinxiang asked. He really wanted to know what was going on outside. Let me tell you this. Right now, the energy of the entire sacred realm is rapidly increasing, causing the space of the sacred realm to expand. Soon, the sacred realm will be larger than the divine realm, and all aspects of the sacred realm will far surpass the divine realm. Wang Camtin said, Think about it, with such a sudden change, what would the divine realm think? Because of Xin Yuanxin's appearance, the sacred realm had suddenly become so powerful. Then, when Xin Yuanxin broke through, how much energy did he release to the entire sacred realm? If Shen Yuanxin continued to break through, wouldn't the sacred realm become even more powerful? At that time, the divine realm would become weaker. Back then, the 6 races of life spirit had decided to abandon the sacred realm in the divine realm and gave the sacred realm to the Tianwu beastmen and the Tianwu beastmen, allowing them to fight to the death in the sacred realm. Then the 6 races of life spirit would take the opportunity to develop. What they did not expect was that because Xinxiang was in the sacred realm, such a change had occurred in the initial sacred realm. The reason why the sacred realm could have such a change was indeed because of Xinxiang. If he had not gone to the earth's core to destroy the 9 altars, Xin Yuanxin would not have been able to break through the seal, and the sacred realm would not have had such a breakthrough. Now, the entire sacred realm had broken through with Shen Yuanxin. In short, the people of the 6 races of life spirit are all desperately coming over from the divine realm. Perhaps not long after, the spatial walls of the divine realm and the sacred realm will be broken. Wang Camtin said, At that time the entire world-defying stage universe will be in chaos. Xinxiang was the one who understood the entire universe heart palace the most. He also realized that the place with the universe heart palace was the center of the world-defying stage universe. It was because of Xin Yuanxin that the Saint Domain was able to break through, and the Saint Mysterious Star became the Saint Domain's holy land. Master, are you really not going to enter the Saint Profound Planet? I really need your help. Xinxiang said, I need to maintain order outside. Wang Kam-tin said with a smile. I'm helping the great life soul now. All right then, you must be careful, Xinxiang exhorted. If you encounter any danger, you must contact me immediately. You little brat, do you look down on your master that much? Wang Kam-tin laughed and scolded. You, on the other hand, if you are in any danger, you must tell me. I will think of a way to save you. Master, are you in contact with the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace? I can't contact them, Xinxiang said. Celestial Mother's sacred palace? They should all be looking for that Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. Half of the reason why the Saint Domain is so chaotic is because of the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. Wang Kam-tin said, that Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, is really an incredible place. What's going on? Xinxiang never thought that the originally very secret Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, would actually become the focus of the Saint Domain. The Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, is hiding something very powerful. I don't know the details. In short, the 6 families of the life soul are now crazily looking for the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. Wang Kam-tin said, the 6 families of the life soul are desperately guarding the Saint mysterious star, preventing other forces from approaching. At the same time, they are desperately searching for the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, preventing the Heavenly Mother spirit race from finding it. Master, how much do you know about the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate? Xinxiang was suddenly a little worried because Xiao Xianglin and the others had promised that they would lead the women of the 100 Flowers to help find the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. It is said that men were not allowed to enter that place, but it seems that they can now. Wang Kam-tin said, and I heard that the women of the 100 Flowers are very special. They can easily enter the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. What do you mean? The women of the 100 Flowers have found the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate? Xinxiang asked anxiously. It seems to be like that. Wang Kam-tin said, this is not my responsibility, so I do not know the exact situation. In short, the focus of the 6 families of the life soul is on the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. Xinxiang suddenly felt that the people from the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace might have all gone to the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate. Master, why am I able to contact you? And why can't I contact anyone else outside the Saint Profound Star? Xinxiang was a little suspicious. Because I am in the world-defying stage Divine Palace, and I am very close to the Saint Profound Star. The world-defying stage Divine Palace originally had a very strong spatial attraction, so you were able to contact me. Wang Kam-tin said, if I were to go a little further, I might not be able to contact you. Xinxiang still wanted to ask a few more questions, but Wang Kam-tin suddenly said that there was an enemy attack and hurriedly cut off the connection. Right now, Xinxiang could no longer sit still because so many things had happened outside the Saint Profound Star. But he had been bored in the Saint Profound Star. No, I have to leave the Saint Profound Star. Xinxiang originally had many plans, but now he had no choice but to put them on hold. Chapter 4467. Heaven's Ho Fire King knew that he had a grudge with Xinxiang. After all, they had surrounded Xinxiang and tried to kill him. Later on, they had besieged Yan Zilian's altar. Yan Zilian and Xinxiang had an unclear relationship. After all, Yan Zilian had said that she was Xinxiang's woman. Are you telling the truth? Will the Heavenly Ho clan really send out all the clan experts? After Xinxiang finished speaking, he looked at the Heavenly Ho Thunder King. I'm afraid you don't know how united the Heavenly Ho tribe is. Although the crazed Emperor and Emperor Shao have always been at odds, they will definitely unite in the face of such a situation. Heaven's Ho Fire King thought that Xinxiang was afraid and laughed coldly. Otherwise, the Heavenly Ho tribe would not have been able to fight against the Heavenly Ho orcs for so many years. But you have already cooperated with the 6 tribes of life spirit. Aren't you betraying the Heavenly Ho orcs? Xinxiang asked. What do you know? Our greatest enemy is the heavenly Ho-Orcs. We are just borrowing the power of the 6 tribes of life spirit to destroy the heavenly Ho-Orcs. When we destroy the heavenly Ho-Orcs, it will be the end of the 6 tribes of life spirit. Heaven's Ho-Fire King said. Do you believe that yourself? Heaven's Ho-Fire King sneered. Who doesn't know that the 6 tribes of life spirit only hope that we and the heavenly Ho-Orcs will suffer great losses? The 6 tribes of life spirit will never help us destroy the heavenly Ho-Orcs. Even a child won't believe your nonsense. I, Heaven's Ho-Fire King, am ranked in the top 3 among the dukes. I am the right-hand man of the crazed emperor. Heaven's Ho-Fire King's eyes hardened. And Emperor Shao is not as strong as the crazed emperor. Heaven's Ho-Fire King is the crazed emperor's subordinate. In order to keep the peace, Emperor Shao will definitely help. Since you are so important, there must be Yan Zillian among the people who will be rescuing you. Xinxiang suddenly smiled. Tell me, what role will she play when the time comes? Heaven's Ho-Fire King's expression changed, and then said in a low voice, Shut up! Xinxiang smiled slightly, then pressed the 6 realms mirrors onto Heaven's Oyster Fire King's abdomen. What are you doing? Heavenly Ho-Fire King suddenly panicked. You said that you are very important. Let me try and see how many heavenly rock powerhouses I can fish out with you. Xinxiang said with a smile. However, before that, I have to cripple you. With that, the 6 realms mirrors started to circulate, crazily destroying the Heaven's Oyster Fire King, directly shattering his current 6 realms cultivation. Heaven's Oyster Fire King gritted his teeth in anger. All the energy in his body had been sucked dry. The various elemental energies that he had painstakingly cultivated were all destroyed, just like that. Heaven's All-Fire King, you're not dead yet. Why do you look so dead? Quick, give me a smile. You should face life with a smile. After all, you are so important to the Heavenly K race. Your crazed Tharch will come and save you. Xinxiang laughed and mocked, infuriating the Heavenly Nightmare Fire King to the point of vomiting blood. Following that, Xinxiang took out a talisman and stuck it on the Heaven's Oyster Fire King's body. This way, he could pass through the enchantment of the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xinxiang made the 6 realms mirrors bigger and flew high into the sky, all the way back to the Scarlet Dragon Island. Next, the Heaven's Oyster Thunder King would spread the news and tell the crazed Tharch of the Heavenly K race that in 7 days, Xinxiang would execute the Heaven's Oyster Fire King on the Scarlet Dragon Island. After the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch had been modified by Xinxiang, his Demon Dao cultivation was at the 28th level, which was considered very strong. Even Emperor Shao and crazed Tharch might not be that strong. As a result, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch was now the strongest in the Scarlet Dragon race, preserving his dignity as a patriarch. Xinxiang had also arranged for him to go out and do one thing, which was to bring off Fu and the rest of the 10-man team out, as well as the Heaven's Oyster Thunder King, to destroy those giant monsters. Outside the Scarlet Dragon Island, there were still a large number of giant monsters besieging it. Xinxiang suspected that these giant monsters might have been controlled by the Life Spirit 6 clans or the 6 Souls Palace in an attempt to destroy the enchantment of the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xinxiang didn't have to worry about this matter anymore after leaving this matter to the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the others. Although they were few in number, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the others could all fly. Furthermore, their strength was much stronger than those giant monsters, so they could kill them very quickly. Xinxiang planned to extract energy from the life origin bead and then inject his own 6 paths Yuan Li into it to refine the pill. This way, he could directly feed the Scarlet Dragon people. There was no need for him to illuminate them one by one. That would be too troublesome. In fact, there was no need for Xinxiang to participate in this at all. He could directly control a Holy Soul Dan puppet and record the method to refine this pill into the consciousness of the Holy Soul Dan puppet. This way, the Holy Soul Dan puppet would be able to control the world-defying God furnace to refine pills. Xinxiang spent more than half a day to settle all of this. So all he had to do now was to wait for the world-defying God furnace to refine pills on his own, and he only needed to continuously inject 6 paths yuan into the world-defying God furnace. After having time to rest, Xinxiang discovered that the spatial meridian connected to the Scarlet Dragon people was actually transmitting a very weak amount of demonic qi over, continuously increasing his cultivation in the Tao of demons. Good heavens! Could it be that they also absorbed the demonic qi when they killed those monsters? Xinxiang was secretly shocked. It was also at this time that the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch used the communication talisman to send a message. He shouted excitedly, "Dragon Lord, there is a type of crystal core in the bodies of those giant monsters. After we eat it, we can actually increase our cultivation in the Tao of demons." "Is that so? Then eat more." Xinxiang was also very happy and laughed. "Oh right, can you finish killing them within 7 days?" Chapter 4468. Although the energy delivered by each Crimson Dragonborn was very weak, when added together it was very impressive. For example, right now the Crimson Dragonborn were all killing giant monsters. They could obtain demonic elemental energy by eating the crystal cores of the giant monsters. Then, only a small amount of demonic elemental energy would be delivered to Xinxiang's second soul. See, unknowingly, it added up to a lot. 3 days later, Xinxiang felt that his demonic cultivation was about to break through, but he did nothing. He used to envy Long Shui. She didn't need to cultivate. She just needed to eat and drink and sleep to break through. Xinxiang seemed to have experienced the life he yearned for. Next, he continued to modify the demonic ape dragons. There were only 100 of them. After being modified, their strength also increased by leaps and bounds. Like the red dragon men, their demonic cultivation was in the 10th or 20th level. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the demonic ape dragons was their poison. Xinxiang had refined many kinds of poisonous pills and poisons and fed them all to the demonic ape dragons. Xinxiang wanted to refine them into the most poisonous creatures and let them evolve into poisonous dragons. Xinxiang certainly wouldn't let them go out to kill giant monsters. It would pollute the Red Dragon Island, and it would be difficult to clean up the remaining poison. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The giant monsters besieging the Red Dragon Island were not all killed. The giant island was still surrounded by monsters. There was only one place where no giant monsters approached. That was because the Red Dragon Patriarch and the rest were gathered there. Originally, with so many giant monsters killed, the Red Dragon Island would be dirty with all kinds of blood and body parts. However, the Red Dragon Island had a very magical ability. The energy released could quickly decompose the blood and body parts, and then absorb them. In this way, the Red Dragon Island was even more nutritious. Xinxiang was sure that the Red Dragon Island would become the most fertile place in the sanctuary in the future. Because the Heaven's Claw Fire King was going to be executed today, the Red Dragon men who went out had all returned to the Red Dragon Island. Xinxiang had them quickly build a giant platform that was 3,000 feet tall. It stood in a forest on Crimson Dragon Island, like a giant mountain. The past 7 days had been torturous for the Heaven's Oyster Fire Emperor. He had been crippled and had fallen into the hands of Xinxiang. Even he wasn't sure if the insane emperor would come. On that mountain-like high platform, Heaven's Oyster Fire King's face was haggard. He was forced to kneel on the ground by Xinxiang. Xinxiang held the green dragon demon slayer and waited for the celestials to appear. Unlike before, the Tianwu people could not fly freely using shuttles. Only an extremely small number of people possessed a flying divine tool that required a large amount of heavenly origin crystals in order to fly. At this moment, there were 5 such flying ships floating in the air, slowly approaching. The decks of these ships could hold about 10 people. They were not very big ships. The upper echelons of the Tianwu people had all come. Xinxiang suspected that there were also people from the Six Souls Palace or the Life Spirit Six Clans. When they flew over, they kept receiving news of the Red Dragon people killing the giant monsters. However, they did not know the exact strength of the Red Dragon people. Now, what gave them a headache was the barrier around the Red Dragon Island. They could not break through it at all. Originally, the Tianwu people did not want to come because they were useless. However, the Life Spirit Six Clans said that they had a way to break through the barrier. Everyone could enter and capture Xinxiang alive, so they came. The insane emperor is here. The Shao emperor is not here. Heaven's Oyster Thunder King said in a low voice, Shao emperor. Only the Heaven's Oyster Sword King came. The other kings did not come. That's a pity. Xinxiang sighed. The Heaven's Oyster Thunder King was wearing black armor and a mask. He stood behind Xinxiang. No one could recognize him. The Heaven's Oyster Sword King stood beside the insane emperor. He looked at Xinxiang's handsome face and sighed. This was because the Xinxiang he met at the Earth's core was still very weak. But now he could actually execute the Heaven's Oyster Fire King in front of the insane emperor. Only the Heaven's Oyster Sword King knew that the Heaven's Oyster Fire King wanted to kill the Heaven's Oyster Thunder King. Therefore, the Heaven's Oyster Sword King guessed that the Heaven's Oyster Thunder King had most likely joined Xinxiang. Chapter 44:69. The 9 heaven and earth mirrors were indeed quite powerful, especially after they were destroyed. The destructive power of the fragments was not small. None of the flying ships were spared. All of them were destroyed. The people on the ships also fell into the sea, causing them to be in an extremely sorry state. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Python Sword King knew that the outcome was decided. After he fell into the sea, he used his fastest speed to escape the scene. That's it. Your primordial supreme artifact is too weak. I haven't even used my full strength. Xinxiang chuckled. Too disappointing. If your divine artifact was more powerful, then I would definitely take it and let it shine. Before this, Xinxiang had indeed felt that this 9 heaven and earth mirror was quite strong. He had thought that he could take it away, but he did not expect it to be gone just like that. After the old man who spoke earlier fell into the sea, his face was ashen. Although he was angry, he was more afraid. The fact that he could use this 9 heaven and earth mirror meant that his status was not low. His strength was considered very strong among the 6 clans of the life spirit. Therefore, he knew very well how terrifying the power that could destroy the 9 heaven and earth mirror was. This was not something they could resist. As for the people from the Heavenly Python race, they also realized something, especially the crazy emperor. After all, he was someone who had lived for a long time. He immediately thought of why Xinxiang wanted to execute the Heavenly Python Fire King. It was very likely that he wanted to lure them over and capture them all in one fell swoop. The crazy emperor immediately looked for the Heavenly Python Sword King and discovered that the Heavenly Python Sword King's aura was floating over from afar. This meant that he had run away a long time ago. Ah, Fu, you guys go! Xinxiang shouted softly. Following that, Ah Fu led hundreds of elite Crimson Dragon race warriors and flew out of Crimson Dragon Island. First of all, they could fly, which was an advantage in itself. The Heavenly Python people and the 6 clans of the life spirit could not fly, so they could only swim in the sea. I'll go too. That crazy emperor seems to be quite strong. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch also flew out. Not only was the crazy emperor not weak, the old man from the 6 clans of the life spirit clearly had an extremely high status. He might even be a famous figure among the 6 clans of the life spirit. Not only could the Crimson Dragons fly, they could also dive. Although the Tianwu people and the life spirit people could not fly, they could quickly dive to the bottom of the sea to escape. However, it did not take long for the Red Dragonians to find all of them. A great battle broke out in that area of the sea, and all kinds of waves rolled and churned. The Tian Wu people had long received information that the Crimson Dragon person's appearance had changed. Moreover, his strength had increased by quite a bit, and he had killed a large number of giant monsters. However, they did not think that the Crimson Dragonians were stronger than them. The Red Dragon people were the natives of the world-defying universe. When they encountered the Celestial Mark people on the Red Dragon Island, they could only flee and hide. Although Tian Wu had been chased out of Scarlet Dragon Island by God Lord Scarlet Dragon, they believed that Scarlet Dragon would not become much stronger in a short period of time. But now, the once high and mighty powerhouses of the Tianwu people were all being beaten by the Crimson Dragonians until they were clutching their heads and screaming. There were quite a number of Crimson Dragon people. In order to capture this group of people, another few hundred Crimson Dragon people joined the battle, adding up to over 1,000 Crimson Dragon people. As for the Tianwu people and the Life Spirit people, there were only a total of 100 to 200 people. There were so many Crimson Dragon people, and after being modified by Xinxiang, they were not weak. Now they were besieging the Tianwu people and the Life Spirit people. The old man from the Life Spirit people was also dumbfounded. The Life Spirit people had run rampant in many universes for many years, but they had never seen a race like the Crimson Dragon people. A group. This kind of powerful race seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching them off guard. The old man could only decisively flee. Originally, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch was fighting with the old man. After the old man fled, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch went to Ah Fu's side to help Crazy Emperor Bian. Xinxiang immediately flew out of Scarlet Dragon Island and chased after the old man. At the same time, Xinxiang learned about the old man's origins from Guan Yanchao. Chapter 4470. The reason why Xinxiang kept Xiang Tianqian's soul alive was because Xiang Tianqian still had a main body that he would have to deal with in the future. Furthermore, Xiang Tianqian knew that Xinxiang was under a lot of curses. If Xiang Tianqian worked with Guan Yanchao, he would be able to find out what those curses were about. Guan Yanchao? How did you get here? Xiang Tianqian was furious that he had been reduced to such a state. However, seeing that Guan Yanchao was here, he felt a little better. Because I'm your ancestor. I'm here waiting for you, my good grandson. Guan Yanchao snorted. Guan Yanchao was pissed that someone he knew had seen him in such a sorry state. Therefore, he did not give Xiang Tianqian any face. Moreover, Guan Yanchao's seniority was higher. Although he had been sealed for many years, his seniority was still there. Xiang Tianqian was not happy that Xiang Tianqian addressed him as Guan Yanchao. Guan Yanchao, why are you so arrogant? You and I have both been reduced to prisoners. Moreover, you suffered earlier than me. What a joke! Xiang Tianqian sneered. Little bastard, prisoners are also divided into different ranks. I came in earlier than you, and I'm stronger than you. I have a higher status than you. You should call me ancestor. Guan Yanchao was extremely unhappy and immediately reprimanded Xiang Tianqian. Xiang Tianqian laughed. You're a prisoner and you're feeling superior? You're really despicable. Guan Yanchao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This was because the state of his soul was no different from Xiang Tianqian's. Little master, hurry up and teach this guy a lesson. Guan Yanchao imitated Granny Linglong and called Xinxiang little master. He did not think that calling Xinxiang that way was demeaning. After all, Granny Linglong, the great life soul of the universe, also called Xinxiang that way. Xiang Tianqian, I have a question for you. Xinxiang said, Where's your main body? Does he know what happened to you? No comment. No comment. No comment. Xiang Tianqian sneered. Don't think that you can get any useful information from me. You think you can tame me just because you can tame that dog Guan Yanchao? I, Xiang Tianqian, will never be a dog. Very good, you have a backbone. I admire you very much. I hope you can keep it up. Xinxiang chuckled and then asked Sister Xiao Jing to entertain this newcomer. Little Mirror's methods were extremely vicious. Although the other party had already been reduced to a soul, Little Mirror could still make them experience all kinds of pain. After being tortured by little sister Xiao Jing, the unyielding Xiang Tianqian finally gave in. He begged Xinxiang and called him Little Master. Guan Yanchao was also extremely happy because the torture that Xiang Tianqian had suffered was much worse than what he had suffered before. Guan Yanchao now knew that there was a hidden little ancestor in the 6 realms mirrors, who was much more ruthless than Granny Linglong. Xiang Tianqian, you can answer Little Master's 2 questions now. Guan Yanchao said with a smile. If you don't remember the 2 questions, I can repeat them. Of course I remember. I don't need you to remind me. Xiang Tianqian could only vent his anger on Guan Yanchao. Guan Yanchao was still suffering from the backlash of the vengeful soul curse. Although it was uncomfortable, he had to endure it. Reporting to Little Master, my main body will not know what happened to me. At most, he will only know if my soul has been destroyed. Xiang Tianqian replied respectfully. As for where the main body is, I do not know right now. In short, he and I came to the world-defying stage universe together. Don't you share your memories? Xinxiang asked. No, I'm just his tool. Furthermore, he rarely shows himself and hides behind the scenes to control the situation. Xiang Tianqian said, I only know that this operation was entrusted by Ancestor Xiexian. Ancestor Xiexian? Then do you know where he is? Xinxiang was very unwilling to let Xiexian escape. I don't know. Xiang Tianqian sighed. Little Master, I definitely didn't lie to you. I don't dare lie to you now. How much do you know about my curse? Xinxiang asked again. I know very little about Little Master's curse. Xiang Tianqian felt wronged. Although I am Xiang Tianqian's subbody, I do all the dirty work. I know nothing about the life spirit 6 clans. Xinxiang was very disappointed, but he could not say anything. Little Master, don't kill me. Although I don't know a lot of things, I still know some of the secrets of the life spirit 6 clans. Xiang Tianqian was very worried that he would be killed by Xinxiang. He quickly said that he was very useful and continued. Guan Yanchao has been sealed for many years, so he doesn't know much about the life spirit 6 clans. Bullsh *T. Guan Yanchao sneered. I definitely know more than a lackey like you. Then tell me, what's going on outside the Saint Xian planet? Xiang Tianqian sneered. A lot of things have happened outside the Saint Xian planet. Currently, only the life spirit 6 clans, 6 souls palace, and other major factions know about it. Chapter 4471. I don't know. In short, that brat called Xinxiang is not simple at all. He is most likely the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon. Tianyan Sword King spread out his hands and said, Fortunately, I don't have any grudges with him. That bitch Yu Zilian, no wonder she would be together with Xinxiang. She made a huge profit. White Lotus gritted his teeth in anger. Previously, she did not believe that Yu Zilian would be together with Xinxiang. But now that she saw such a huge change in the Scarlet Dragon Island, coupled with the fact that Xinxiang was clearly the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon, she believed that Yu Zilian had obtained a lot of benefits from Xinxiang. For a person like Yu Zilian, as long as it was beneficial to her, she could sell out everything. What she hated now was why she didn't hook up with Xinxiang before Yu Zilian. Sigh, there's nothing I can do about it. For little Lien to take a fancy to that brat, he must have his outstanding points. Tianyan Sword King sighed. From the looks of it, that brat is indeed very strange. Not only is the barrier around the Scarlet Dragon Island very strong, he also has very powerful things in his hands. Tianyan Sword King, do me a favor. I want to meet Xinxiang alone. White Lotus said, As long as I see him, I have a way to take him down. At that time, I'm willing to sleep with you for a year. Tianyan Sword King was startled, then laughed. Miss White Lotus, I, Tianyan Sword King, am not that kind of person. I am an upright person and am not greedy for beauties. Furthermore, I personally respect Xinxiang, young Master Shen, so you should find someone else. Humph! What are you pretending for? White Lotus sneered. Don't forget, you were very infatuated with me back then. Miss White Lotus, the past is the past. I am now a person with no desires. Tianyan, Sword King's face was calm as he smiled. You want to communicate with young Master Shin. I advise you to give up. He and Yu Zilian have an extremely good relationship and can't wait to cut you into 1,000 pieces. So don't even think about it. Xinxiang, just you wait. White Lotus glanced at the Scarlet Dragon Island, then drove the small boat away. She already knew that Xinxiang was very strong. If she went over, she might really die there. Crazy Emperor and Heaven's All-Fire King both fell into Xinxiang's hands. Xiang Tianqian and the other experts from the 6 Life Soul clans had also been captured by the Crimson Dragons. With Chai Bailian's strength, she would only be courting death if she went there. Xinxiang has also ordered to pay attention to the White Lotus. He hopes that the White Lotus can come. But after waiting for a long time, there is no relevant news. After devouring Xiang Tianqian's cultivation, his soul path and enlightenment path had improved by 40 levels, while his life path and heaven path had improved to the 30th level. As for his demonic Tao cultivation, due to the Crimson Dragon Man's constant supply of demonic Tao cultivation to him through the space meridian, his demonic Tao cultivation had also risen to the 30th level. My current 6 Tao cultivation base should be very high. Xinxiang looked at it and was very satisfied. Because of his high cultivation, Xiang Tianqian couldn't fight back at all. I can still devour Crazy Emperor. Xinxiang thought for a while and decided to keep Crazy Emperor's soul energy to nurture the purple crystal lotus that Yu Zilian gave him. Yu Zilian only said that it might be a soul talent, but did not explain what it was. Xinxiang, after studying it for a few days, believed that it was an unawakened soul talent. Although it had not awakened, it had a form, which was a purple crystal lotus. If a soul talent could crystallize, it meant that it was a very strong and special soul talent. To awaken this soul talent, one had to feed it a large amount of soul yuan qi and fu yuan qi. After Crazy Emperor and the few kings were caught by Xinxiang, they were all shouting with all their might. Xinxiang didn't even care about them and directly extracted their souls, refining them into energy and injecting it into the amethyst lotus flower. God! Crazy Emperor, Tianyan Fire King, and the other dukes were finally executed by Xinxiang on the high platform. Many spies saw it with their own eyes. This matter quickly spread throughout the Heavenly Ho race, shocking all the Heavenly Ho people. This was especially true for the Tianwu people who had stayed on Scarlet Dragon Island for a period of time. This was especially true for the upper race and imperial family members. They knew very well how weak the Scarlet Dragon people on Scarlet Dragon Island were. However, their Crazy Emperor and the other dukes were captured and executed by the Scarlet Dragon people. This caused great shock and fear to them. One had to know that for many years they had fought with the Tian Yen Beastmen. Crazy Emperor and the other dukes had never suffered such great losses, but now they were killed by the natives of the world-defying universe. If it had been a great battle, Crazy Emperor and the other dukes would have died tragically. However, after Crazy Emperor and the other dukes fell into the sea, they were surrounded and shouted at as if they were rats. The whole process was extremely cowardly. Times have changed. Tianyan Sword King could not help but sigh when he heard that Crazy Emperor and the other dukes had been killed. He was now on his altar. His altar was like a giant sword floating in the sea. Chapter 4472. Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, had a bad premonition. He estimated his own strength. Although he was not as strong as Emperor Shao, he could still escape. Brother Emperor Shao, it's not that I look down on you, but based on the facts, it's still difficult for you to take down Xinxiang. Let's put it this way. You're much stronger than Crazy Emperor, but you're still weaker than Elder Xiang from the 6 clans of Fate Soul. That guy has fallen into the hands of Shen Xiang, and he should be dead now." Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, explained why he did not believe that Emperor Shao could take down Shen Xiang. "Brother Sword King, I didn't say that I'm going to take down Shen Xiang personally." Emperor Shao smiled slyly. Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, saw Emperor Zhao smile, and his heart trembled. He felt a sense of crisis. "Brother Emperor Shao, I'm slow-witted. Please enlighten me." Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, cupped his hands and smiled. "I'm all ears." "Brother Sword King, your altar was built by your teacher, right?" Emperor Shao looked around. He was now inside Heavenly Marquis, Sword King's altar. Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, swallowed his saliva secretly. Emperor Shao was actually thinking about his altar. Yes, Heavenly Marquis, Sword King could only answer honestly because many people knew about this. "I need to borrow your altar." Emperor Shao patted Heavenly Marquis, Sword King's shoulder, and said, "Whether our Heavenly Marquis human race can rise in the world-defying cosmos and become the overlord of the world-defying cosmos depends on you. Brother Emperor Shao, can you elaborate?" Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, was confused now. "Your teacher came from the mysterious Cosmos God Sea. Our altar can connect to the Cosmos God Sea because our Heavenly Marquis, Cosmos God Sea, unintentionally chose our Heavenly Marquis, Cosmos God Sea. They taught us how to build altars and established a special communication method with us." Emperor Shao said, "I know this." Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, nodded. "My teacher told me before. Your teacher came from the Cosmos God Sea. He mainly observed the Heavenly Marquis, Cosmos God Sea. As for why they chose our Heavenly Marquis Cosmos, I guess it's because we are born strong." Emperor Shao said. "Then, what does this have to do with taking down Shen Xiang?" Heavenly Marquis, Sword King, asked. "Your altar is special. After the sacrifice, you can open up a more stable space passage with the universe Divine Sea. You can even summon a powerful force from the heavens, Ho Divine World on the other side of the universe Divine Sea." Emperor Shao said, "Is this really okay?" Heavenly Merc, Sword King, hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't want to participate. I really don't think there's anything special about my altar." "Brother Sword King, you have to make the sacrifice." Emperor Shao sighed. "Your altar is all I need now." "What do you mean?" Heavenly Python, Sword King, frowned. "My altar has devoured the altars of many dukes. Even Crazy Emperor's altar has been devoured by me." Emperor Shao said, "What?" Heavenly Hell, Sword King, exclaimed. "I've devoured almost all the altars of the dukes. No, I have devoured 99% of the altars of the Tian Ho human tribe." Emperor Shao smiled and said, "However, this is all for the sake of the entire Tian Ho human tribe. Then where is your altar?" The Heavenly Hell, Sword King's body was trembling because he could gradually feel how terrifying that altar was. Suddenly, Heavenly Python, Sword King's altar, was shaking violently. "Let's go. I'll show you my altar." Emperor Shao grabbed Heavenly Python, Sword King, and left the altar. They went outside and boarded a small airship. Heavenly Python, Sword King, was dumbfounded. Emperor Zhao's altar had become incomparably huge. It slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea as if it was an entire continent. At this time, another small flying boat slowly approached. A woman in white clothes stood on it. She was cold and elegant with a hint of charm. This lady was Eubalian. She jumped lightly and came to Emperor Zhao's side. Then, she jumped into Emperor Zhao's arms. They were so intimate that Heavenly Python, Sword King, cursed in his heart. "Brother Emperor Shao, your supreme altar is finally going to be completed. Yu Balian gazed at Emperor Shao affectionately with her coquettish eyes. Balian, this is all thanks to you. You helped me deal with so many altar masters. Emperor Shao laughed. He then patted Yu Balian's buttocks, causing her to tremble with laughter. Brother Emperor Shao, please let go of my altar. It's the most important thing my master left for me. It's the only bridge between me and my master. Heavenly Python, Sword King, pleaded. Brother Sword King, I'm afraid I can't do that. Your Sword King altar is extremely important. Emperor Shao said, only by devouring your altar can my supreme Heavenly Python altar be completed. You have to bear with it. Chapter 4473. Shen Xiang stayed on the Red Dragon Island, waiting for Xiang Tianqian to rest. Then he would learn more about the situation outside the Saint Xian Star, as well as the general situation of the 6 clans of Life Spirit. The Heavenly Python Sword King was worried that he would be killed by Emperor Shao and Yu Zilian. He had no choice but to burn his soul to obtain more energy to propel himself to escape. Because of this, he soon arrived outside the Red Dragon Island and was discovered by the patrolling Red Dragon people. Qin Xiang suddenly received a message from the patrolling Scarlet Dragon Man. He did not directly let the Heavenly Sword King in, but just like when he saw the Heavenly Thunder King before, he went out and met with the Heavenly Thunder King on a small island outside. When he saw the Heavenly Python Sword King, he felt that this man had suddenly aged a lot and became very haggard. He was originally quite handsome, but now he looked like a decadent old man. Sword King, how did you become like this? The Heavenly Python Thunder King laughed, as if he was mocking the Heavenly Python Sword King. Stop talking. The Heavenly Python Sword King waved his hand, then looked at Qin Xiang and said, Young Master Shin, you are in big trouble. You are the one in big trouble, right? The Heavenly Python Thunder King said, You look like you are running for your life. Back then, the Heavenly Python Thunder King was also like this. He came to find Qin Xiang as if he was running for his life. However, he could not understand why the Heavenly Python Sword King, who was in between the crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao, would end up in such a state. One had to know that the Heavenly Python Sword King had a very powerful master, but now he was being hunted down like this. Why do you want to see me? Qin Xiang asked. Young Master Shin, I am not here to ask you to take me in. The Heavenly Python Sword King sighed. Even if you take me in, I will not stay on the Red Dragon Island, because the Red Dragon Island will be finished soon. Sword King, are you cursing young Master Shin? The Heavenly Python Thunder King patted the Sword King's shoulder and said, Look at you now. Your mental state is not very good. Has your brain been damaged by someone? It was Emperor Shao who attacked me. The Heavenly Python Sword King said, Emperor Shao used his altar to devour a large number of altars, and my altar, including your Thunder King altar, were all devoured by Emperor Shao. What? Is this true? This bastard swallowed my altar. Did he get my permission? Tian Shao, Thunder King, flew into a rage and cursed. It's absolutely true, Tianyang Sword King said. Crazy Emperor's altar should have been swallowed by him as well. He cooperated with the Black White Lotus and tricked many altar masters into giving up their altars. Why did he devour so many altars? Shen Xiang also realized that Emperor Shao was going to do something big. His altar is huge now, maybe even bigger than the entire Crimson Dragon Island. Sky Terror Sword King sighed. He said that he wants to create a supreme altar and summon something from the cosmos God Sea. Qin Xiang looked at Tian Shao Thunder King, only to see him shaking his head. Young Master Shin, I don't know what's going on either. Emperor Zhao's altar should have the ability to devour and fuse. Otherwise, it would not have become such a huge altar after devouring others' altars. Qin Xiang said, Maybe Emperor Shao has been planning something for many years. Qin Xiang also secretly asked Guan Yanchao at this time, but he did not know what was going on. After all, Guan Yanchao had been sealed for millions of years, so he did not know many secrets of the 6 clans. This was also the reason why Xin Xiang wanted to keep Xiang Tianqian, because Xiang Tianqian as a substitute knew more than Guan Yanchao. They said that my master is my master. Tian Shao, sword god, came from the cosmos god sea, and my altar was refined by my master. It is very important to them. Tian Shao Sword King said, I even suspect that they want to use me as a sacrifice. Emperor Zhao's supreme altar has become very big, so if they want to open it, they will need a large number of sacrifices, which means that countless lives will die on the altar. Tian Shao Thunder King frowned and said, What are they going to use as sacrifices? Of course it's human lives. Tian Shao Sword King said, A large number of Tian Shao people will become sacrifices. No, I have to stop him. Tian Shao Thunder King said angrily, How can he use us Tian Shao people as sacrifices? How can you stop him? Can you beat them? Who will believe you? Tian Shao Sword King shook his head and said, Let's leave St. Xianstar. This place is going to be finished soon. Spread the news. Tell the Tian Shao people not to go to his supreme altar. Xin Xiang said, This will be useful. It's impossible. Many Tian Shao people have already entered his supreme altar. What up a race, an imperial family? They will all become sacrifices in the end. Tian Shao Sword King said, I estimate that at least 10 billion people will become sacrifices. My Thunder Palace has 1 billion soldiers. They will all become sacrifices? Tian Shao Thunder King became even more irritable when he thought of this. What can you do? Tian Shao Sword King sighed. The truth is so cruel. You have no way to stop him. Do the 6 clans of Fate Soul know about this? Xin Xiang asked. Are the 6 clans of Fate Soul involved in this matter? I don't know. Tian Shao Sword King shook his head. But I think that with Emperor Zhao's character, if he is working for the 6 clans of Fate Soul, he will not work so hard. He should be working for himself. It is very chaotic outside St. Xianstar. Are you sure you want to leave? And once you leave, it will be very difficult for you to come back. Xin Xiang said. Chapter 4474. Shan Xiang originally did not want it, but he saw that there were many profound runes on the small sword. These runes gave him a very familiar feeling, and he immediately thought of the seal of the clan king. He had obtained the things that his father, Shan Tianhu, had left behind in the Xin family, and among them was a seal of the clan king. The runes on it could break through demons and suppress evil spirits, but to him it was almost useless. Only when he remembered would he take out the seal of the clan king to take a look, and then place it inside the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiaojing also couldn't research anything about the seal of the clan king, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She always felt that it wasn't very useful. But now, when Xin Xiang saw the runes on the small sword in Heavenly Devil Sword King's hands, they were very similar to the runes on the seal of the Shen clan, and could be said to be of the same style. He was sure that the seal of the clan king was most likely related to the universe divine sense C. You rascal, the reason you risked your life to come here was mainly to sell this sword of yours, right? Xin Xiang laughed. That's right. I've studied this sword for many years, and it's not very useful to me. But Heavenly Devil Sword King chuckled. It should be of great use to you. Maybe it can save your life. What do you mean? Shen Xiang was not in a hurry to negotiate the price. This is something from the universe divine sense C, and the power that the Shao Emperor will obtain when he opens the altar will definitely come from the universe divine sense C. Heavenly Devil Sword King laughed. If you have something from the universe divine sense C in your hands, it might be of great help to you when the time comes. How much do you plan to sell it? Xin Xiang asked. I want the Tianyuan crystal, Heavenly Devil Sword King said. You have been to the core of the earth below the Scarlet Dragon Island. You should have gotten a lot of Tianyuan crystal. I don't have any Tianyuan crystal. Shen Xiang took out a box, then took out 5 golden beads and said, This is a Tianyuan crystal, Dan. You're a person who knows what's good for you, so you should know the value of these Tianyuan crystal, Dan. Heavenly Hell, Sword King, immediately took one and carefully examined it. Then his face was filled with ecstasy as he said, all right, I'll accept these 5 heavenly origin crystal pills. This sword is for you. The heavenly source crystal, Dan, were refined by Xinxiang through the world, defying God furnace by absorbing the energy of the heavenly source crystal sent by Xin Yuanxin. It contained a very rich amount of heavenly source crystal energy, and its quality was extremely high. Xinxiang took the sword. He did not know what use it had, but in short, it came from the universe divine sense C and had a lot of research value. Goodbye. The heavenly terror Sword King smiled and said, I'm going to leave this God-forsaken place and go to the Saint Realm. Heavenly Merc, Sword King left. He left in a carefree manner with a brilliant smile. Xinxiang returned to Crimson Dragon Island with Tianho Thunder King. The Heaven Thunder King was also very sad right now. He could only cultivate well and increase his strength. He knew that the development of the world-defying stage universe's sacred realm would be different from what they had expected. Before they came, the heavenly scale human race and the heavenly scale beastmen race both thought that the humans of the Saint Realm were like ants and were completely ignored by them. Who would have thought that the tens of thousands of warriors in the Crimson Dragon race would be enough to kill the heavenly scale beastmen race and the heavenly scale beastmen race? The Heaven Thunder King quickly figured it out. The world-defying stage universe had only been created for 100,000 years, but in all aspects, it far surpassed many of the great universes that had existed for billions of years. Therefore, in the world-defying stage universe, their growth in the future would be extremely fast. Xinxiang returned to his tree hole and studied the small sword from the universe, Divine Sensi. Little master, I've rested well. In the 6 realms mirrors, he shouted loudly. He could not wait to display his value. Xiang Tianqian, have you heard of the universe Divine Sensi? Xinxiang asked. I've heard of it. The existence of the universe Divine Sense was only discovered by our 6 clans of life soul 100,000 years ago. Speaking of the universe Divine Sense, Xiang Tianqian immediately became excited. It was when the world-defying stage universe was born that we sensed that all the universes were fluctuating at the same time. After that, we began to study it and discovered that every universe was like a grain of sand, floating in the vast universe Divine Sense Sea. Have you ever come into contact with the creatures of the universe Divine Sense Sea? Xinxiang asked. We've communicated with them. Xiang Tianqian said, They are very arrogant, how should I put it? Although they don't look down on us, they give us the feeling that they don't put us in their eyes. We are so powerful, but they don't think so. Xinxiang told Xiang Tianqian about the supreme altar that Emperor Shao had created. That damned bastard. He actually did such a thing behind our backs. After Xiang Tianqian heard this, he was furious. Do you know what he's going to do? Xinxiang asked. Of course we know. They want to come into close contact with the universe Divine Sense C. Xiang Tianqian said, The universe Divine Sense C told us that if we want to obtain more of their inheritance, we need to prove ourselves first. After the altar is opened, what benefits will the universe Divine Sense C bring to Emperor Shao? Xinxiang realized that there was a crisis. Chapter 4475. Xinxiang saw that there were so many huge beasts rushing on their way. Furthermore, their minds seemed to be controlled as they swam towards the supreme altar. Are these giant monsters going to become sacrifices, or are they going to become something else? Xinxiang had already found out that there were a large number of Tianwu people inside the supreme altar. They should be the best sacrifices, and if these monsters were used as sacrifices, it might even affect the quality of the human sacrifices. Xinxiang suddenly suspected that these giant monsters were controlled by the Supreme Altar. If the Supreme Altar opens, they will obtain something from the universe Divine Sense, C, that can make the monsters stronger. adding that they can control the monsters. The consequences will be unimaginable. Shan Xiang suddenly thought of this point. This group of monsters was already very strong. If not for the Scarlet Dragon Island's defense being strong enough, they would have already broken through their defenses. Sister Mirror, can we kill most of them with the 6 realms mirrors? Shan Xiang only wanted to take advantage of the current situation to kill as many as possible. It's possible, but it's impossible to destroy all the giant monsters. Little sister Xiaojing said, "The portion that we destroyed is pitifully small compared to the entire Azure Sea." Shan Xiang immediately contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and told him to lead all the Scarlet Dragon people that could fight to kill as many giant monsters as possible. The 6 realms mirrors started to grow bigger, covering the sky as it floated in the sky. It was like a continent, and it even released waves of dazzling golden light. The 6 realms mirrors also released the world-defying mountain and river diagram. Countless magnificent mountains and rivers turned into shadows and descended from the sky, attacking the group of giant monsters in a large area. Most of the energy released by the Universe Heart Palace was stored in the Azure Sea. And the little sister Xiaojing in the 6 realms mirrors had obtained the heavenly source crystal seed that Xin Yuanqin had given her. So the 6 realms mirrors could now absorb the energy of the heavenly source crystal in the Azure Sea. Xin Xiang also contacted Xin Yuanqin, asking her to help him as much as possible. This time, he had to destroy enough giant monsters. "Father, what's going on?" "Of course, I will help Father, but I want to know the details." Xin Yuanqin is also very anxious and said, "Did something big happen?" Shen Xiang immediately told Xin Yuanqin about the Supreme Altar. "Not good. If he succeeds, the consequences will be very serious." After Xin Yuanqin found out about the Supreme Altar, she knew that the situation was serious. "Father, we definitely can't stop it now. We can only prepare for the worst. Little Yuan XN, what do you think of this matter?" Xin Xiang asked, "That fellow, is he trying to obtain power from the Universe Divine Sea, or is he trying to obtain something else? The strength of the Cosmos God Sea is also very complex. The energy I obtain from the Cosmos God Sea is pure energy that has been filtered and refined." Shen Yuanqin said, "And I went through a very complicated process in order to obtain the power of the Universe Divine Sense Sea. And the power he obtained through the sacrifice of a large number of people will definitely be very evil." Shan Xiang thought of the Sky Nightmare Sword God. He seemed to have come from the Universe Divine Sea. And who helped build the Sky Nightmare Race's sacrificial altar, allowing them to obtain sacrificial energy from the Cosmos God Sea through the sacrificial altar? Shui Ying had come into contact with that Sky Nightmare Sword God. But Shen Xiang couldn't contact Shui Ying now, so he couldn't figure out the situation at that time. Next, Xin Xiang and Xin Xiang joined hands to strengthen Xin Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths and world-defying mountain river diagram, causing Shen Xiang to kill. Killing those giant monsters would give a large amount of soul energy. But Shen Xiang couldn't absorb that much now, so he could only guide it into the amethyst lotus. What made him very shocked was the absorption ability of the amethyst lotus. It was very strong. Not only could it absorb so much soul energy quickly, it could also eat it. This meant that the amethyst lotus had extremely high potential. On the other side, the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch led the Scarlet Dragon people and was also killing in another area. They killed a large number of giant monsters, and Shen Xiang could obtain the weak energy transmitted from the spatial network. These energy transmitted from the spatial network were all stored in the second layer of the Soul Sea. He discovered that the second layer of the Soul Sea seemed to be very hungry, greedily absorbing this energy. "I can't kill them all. There are too many of them." Shan Xiang could only kill the giant monsters in one direction. In other directions, there were still many giant monsters swimming towards the Supreme Altar. They couldn't be stopped at all. Xiong had thought of floating the divine mirror of 6 paths above the supreme altar before, but he gave up in the end because Xin Yuanqin told him that there was a very strong energy fluctuation above the Azure Sea. The divine mirror of 6 paths was very strong, but the current supreme altar was even stronger. If the divine mirror of 6 paths went to fight, it was very likely that it would be heavily injured. Xiong couldn't allow the divine mirror of 6 paths to be damaged at this important juncture, because he had a lot of enemies, and he still had to fight against the Life Soul 6 clans, as well as the Hidden Life Soul Palace. Facing these strong enemies, Xiong had to be careful at every step. Chapter 4476. No one else knew about the existence of the universe Heart Palace. Xiong believed that no one knew about the existence of the universe Heart Palace at all. The appearance of a universe Heart Palace and a universe Yuan Heart in the world-defying stage universe was most likely a special case. As for the 6 clans of Life Spirit, they still hadn't figured out what had happened under the Scarlet Dragon Island. They only thought that there was a heavenly source, crystal, soul mother there. Little Yuan Xan, we will definitely meet again. Xiong was also rather worried about Xin Yuanqin. This was because once Xin Yuanqin was exposed, he would definitely become a target. After all, the 6 clans of Life Spirit had never known about the existence of the universe Yuan Heart. The 6 clans of Life Spirit had destroyed many universes and had always been exploring the secrets of the various universes. However, in the end, they only discovered that the universes were similar, and now that the world-defying stage universe had shown something different, the 6 clans of Life Spirit had become very attentive, wanting to figure out what was different. Xiong took out a communication talisman and contacted the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. He said, "Patriarch, you can retreat now. Use your fastest speed to return to the Scarlet Dragon Island." "Yes, sir." The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch immediately gave the order for everyone to retreat. The Scarlet Dragon race was already so strong, but they still felt immense pressure when facing the power that erupted from the Supreme Altar. Xiong was very clear that if this continued, once the Supreme Altar erupted with something, the Scarlet Dragon race would definitely not be able to withstand it. In the end, they would only be taken away in one wave. The inside and outside of the Saint Profound Star is not peaceful. Xiong looked at the pitch-black sky. Although he knew that the environment outside was very complicated, he could not let go of the sudden appearance of the Saint Profound Star. The 6 realms mirrors gradually shrank and stopped attacking the giant monsters. Without the support of Xin Yuanqin's power, the 6 realms mirrors did not dare to consume too much energy. The Saint Profound Star still had a large amount of heavenly source crystal energy left, and Shen Yuanqin would not continue to release it for a period of time. Xiong had to save a little and store a little more in the 6 realms mirrors. "Looks like I can't stop it. The Saint Profound Star is really changeable." No, the entire world-defying stage universe has many changes. Xiong can only accept this change now. It involves a huge change in the entire universe. He is indeed powerless to stop it. "Big brother, there should still be a lot of Tian Ho. I wonder what will happen to the Tian Ho human race after they are sacrificed." Sister Xiaojing said, "The opening of the Supreme Altar must have sacrificed a large number of Tian Ho humans. What kind of benefits will this bring to the Tian Ho humans?" "A bunch of sacrificial lambs." Xiong shook his head and sighed. "I wonder what will happen after the Supreme Altar opens." "The power released by the Supreme Altar is getting stronger and stronger." Xiong is also getting more and more flustered. "Big brother, let's go," Xiao Jing said. "Back to the Crimson Dragon Island." "All right, let's go back now." Xiong immediately rode on the 6 realms mirrors and quickly returned to the Scarlet Dragon Island. Xiong returned to the Scarlet Dragon Island earlier than the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the others. When he returned, he felt that something was wrong with the entire Scarlet Dragon Island. Not good. Something has locked onto Red Dragon Island. Shin Xiang's expression suddenly changed. He immediately used the communication talisman to contact the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, hurry up and fly to the other side of the land. Red Dragon Island is in danger." But there are still others on Red Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch also panicked. If Shan Xiang said that Red Dragon Island was in danger, then it was definitely in danger. The barrier of Red Dragon Island was still there, but Shen Xiang was worried that Red Dragon Island would not be able to hold on. After all, in order to hide, Xin Yuanxin was in a state where she could not continue to output energy. "Biar, leave it to me," Shin Xiang said. "You guys go to the land on the other side of the sea immediately." Shin Xiang really did not expect that the Scarlet Dragon Island, which had just become strong and was regarded as the holy land of the Shengxian star, would face such a situation now. After returning to the Scarlet Dragon Island, Shen Xiang immediately moved the tens of thousands of Scarlet Dragon people left on the island to a space in the 6 realms mirrors. Then he immediately went to meet up with the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch. After half a day of torment, after Shin Xiang saw the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch and the others, he brought them to the Canglan Prefecture and then let the Scarlet Dragon clan head to the Great Kun sect. There were also many Tian Wu people in the Canglan Prefecture. The power structure here had already undergone an earth-shattering change, and the Tian Wu people ruled the Canglan Prefecture. And not long after, there might be another change. Shin Xiang used the 6 realms mirrors and the power of the spatial origin bead to travel through space. Very soon, he arrived near the Scarlet Dragon Island. He wanted to see what would happen in the end. Chapter 4477 Golden Wolf King. No, you shouldn't be the Golden Wolf King. How could the king of the heavenly nightmare orcs be so strong? Shin Xiang laughed. Young Master Shin, you were the one who took away the heavenly nightmare life spirit, right? You were at the scene at that time. So the heavenly nightmare Thunder King and I treated you as a small fry. I really misjudged you. The Golden Wolf King also laughed. You are really capable to actually be able to take away the heavenly nightmare life spirit right under our noses. Sorry, the heavenly nightmare life spirit followed me willingly. I can't return it to you now. Shin Xiang spread out his hands. It's fine, it's fine. Our heavenly nightmare orcs came from the heavenly nightmare universe, so that little life spirit can be considered a gift to you from us. The Golden Wolf King laughed. Young Master Shin is the master of the world-defying stage universe, after all. It is reasonable for him to give you the heavenly nightmare life spirit. Oh, I am the master of the world-defying stage universe? Your Excellency, Wolf King, why do you think so? Shin Xiang rubbed his nose and laughed. Do I look like the master of the world-defying stage universe? The world-defying stage universe was born because of you. Even if you are unable to control the entire world-defying stage universe right now, you are still the father of the world-defying stage universe. The Golden Wolf King laughed heartily. We are still rather polite. After entering the world-defying stage universe, we have been searching for people related to the birth of this universe. How did you find me? Shen Xiang asked curiously. It was an expert named Wang Cam Tin who gave him the pointers. The Golden Wolf King said. Wang Cam Tin expert? Shen Xiang only felt that Wang Cam Tin was pretending to be mysterious again, and immediately found it funny. The father of the world-defying stage universe, the master of the world-defying stage universe. I dare not, I dare not. Shin Xiang waved his hand and smiled humbly. I am just an alchemist. Young Master Shin, you are indeed different. Those bastards from the 6 clans of the life spirit, they want everyone to think that the world-defying stage universe was created by them. But you directly denied it. The Golden Wolf King cupped his hands towards Shin Xiang and smiled. I really found the right person. You're not the Golden Wolf King, are you? Shin Xiang said. I don't believe that the Tian Ho Beastman King is that strong. If you were really that strong, you would have beaten the Tianho humans to their knees long ago. Or have you suddenly become that strong? I am the Golden Wolf King, but I have another identity. The Golden Wolf King chuckled. But I like the Golden Wolf King the most. Just think of me as the Golden Wolf King. Then you should be the true leader of the heavens, or grace. Xinxiang said, You hit it really well. You could say that. I didn't want to get involved in so many things, but I had no choice. The Golden Wolf King smiled. Your Excellency, Wolf King, I want to ask you about a person. She may be one of you beast men. Xinxiang said, I hope you can help me find this person. Tell me about it. The Golden Wolf King was not in a hurry to talk about Emperor Shao. Instead, he was very interested in the person Xinxiang was looking for. An old granny who specializes in alchemy. Xinxiang said, Yu Zilian had obtained the help of an old granny to refine the special elixir. The elixir recipe and herbs had a lot to do with Yu Zilian. Yu Zilian had told Xinxiang all of this. Now that Xinxiang saw the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly thought of this. Xinxiang suspected that the old granny had something to do with Yu Zilian. This old granny often comes in contact with the Tian Hodan King. I also know her. She is indeed one of us, the Golden Wolf King said. She has a bad personality and is very bloodthirsty. In short, she has an extremely bad reputation among the beast men. I'm looking for her. Xinxiang said, This old granny had something to do with Yu Zilian. She must have secretly cooperated with Yu Zilian to refine the elixir. I will take you to her. The Golden Wolf King finished speaking and looked at the supreme altar. He sighed and said, Emperor Shao will become very strong. Your Excellency, aren't you very strong too? Xinxiang said with a smile. Your current state is very surprising. Is this your doppelganger? Where is your original body? This is not my doppelganger. My original body is very far away from here. I hid very well, because when Emperor Shao becomes strong, he will definitely come to find me. The Golden Wolf King said, Oh, this is not your doppelganger? Did you attach your consciousness to the Golden Wolf King's body? Xinxiang said in surprise. No, this is my soul incarnation. My name is 100 Beasts. I have 100 sets of souls. Each set of souls can transform into a different beast man. The Golden Wolf King said with a smile. However, this was already very powerful for Xinxiang. How did he cultivate 100 sets of souls? Because of this, Xinxiang was also inspired. Did he have to cultivate a little more soul? Each group was very strong, and they could even be combined. Let's get down to business. The Golden Wolf King said seriously, Young Master Xin, Emperor Shao will become very strong. I can't fight him alone. You and I must work together. Chapter 4478. Xinxiang was deeply shocked. He had been wondering why the 6 clans of Fate Soul would turn a blind eye to Emperor Zhao's large-scale plan. He had thought that the 6 clans of Fate Soul were involved in the plan and had reached an agreement with Emperor Shao. Or perhaps Emperor Shao was controlled by the 6 clans of Fate Soul. Now, the Golden Wolf King had told him that Emperor Shao had betrayed the 6 clans of Fate Soul. To be honest, I was the one who injured Xiexian. Xinxiang sighed. Was it because I injured Xiexian that Emperor Zhao's plan succeeded? Ah, you injured Xiexian. Then I have to reevaluate your strength. The Golden Wolf King said in surprise. I was just lucky. Xinxiang waved his hand. I didn't expect that injuring Xiexian would lead to such an outcome. You don't have to blame yourself. The Golden Wolf King said. Although Emperor Shao has been cooperating with the 6 clans of Fate Soul, he has hidden his strength well. Even if you didn't injure Xiexian, he would find a way to kill Xiexian and complete his plan. Xinxiang had already killed the crazed emperor, so he thought that Emperor Zhao's strength was just SOSO. However, the Golden Wolf King's words proved that Emperor Shao was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Now that the crazed emperor has fallen into my hands, what is the difference in strength between the crazed emperor and Emperor Shao? Xinxiang asked. The Golden Wolf King naturally knew that Xinxiang had taken down the crazed emperor. However, hearing Xinxiang talk about it so casually, the Golden Wolf King sighed. After all, the crazed emperor was an old rival of the Golden Wolf King. They had fought for many years, but now they were defeated in such a way. Emperor Shao has hidden his strength well. He must have used some method to cooperate with the cosmic god ocean. The Golden Wolf King said, "What about you?" Xinxiang asked, "Are you stronger than Emperor Shao? Are you cooperating with the cosmic god ocean?" In Xinxiang's opinion, the Golden Wolf King was very strong. The kings of the Tianwu Orc clan were all created by the Golden Wolf King's consciousness. I have never fought with him, so I don't know. The Golden Wolf King shook his head and smiled. As for me and the Cosmos God Ocean, that was a matter of many years ago. There was once a period of time when we were connected to the Cosmos God Sea. But for some reason, the connection was severed. The Cosmos God Sea has contacted you before? With whom? Xinxiang asked. Me, Mad Emperor, Emperor Shao, and Heavenly Dagger Sword King. Golden Wolf King said. Heavenly Dagger Sword King's teacher is from the Cosmos Divine Ocean. What about the other dukes? Xinxiang asked. Did they contact the Cosmos God Sea? I don't know. Even if they did, they would probably keep it a secret. The Golden Wolf King let out a long sigh. That was many years ago. It was through that experience that I gained a new understanding, and that's why I have the strength I have now. We have both come into contact with the Cosmos God Sea, so why is Mad Emperor's strength so weak? The Heavenly Dagger Sword King is not that strong either. Xinxiang was extremely suspicious of this, and said, especially the Heavenly Dagger Sword King, he is a little too weak. The Golden Wolf King was speechless. In his eyes, Mad Emperor and Heavenly Dagger Sword King were not weak. Young Master Xin, we have to work together to suppress Emperor Shao. It will be very beneficial for both of us, the Golden Wolf King said. If our plan succeeds, Emperor Shao will be suppressed by us, and the Six Souls Palace of the Fate Soul Six Clans will also send people after us. It will be much easier for us. Will the Six Souls Palace suppress Emperor Shao, or will they work together? Xinxiang said, if they work together, it will be very disadvantageous for us. We can only take one step at a time. If we do nothing and let Emperor Shao grow infinitely, we will not even have a chance to fight back, the Golden Wolf King said. Xinxiang knew that there was a force in the sanctuary that could fight against Emperor Shao in the future, and that was the Tianmu Soul Clan of the Tianmu Holy Wilderness. In the heyday of the Tianmu Soul Clan, they could suppress the powerful 9 clans of the Fate Soul Clan. Now that Yun Zillion had set off for the Tianmu Holy Wilderness, she might be able to revive the entire Tianmu Soul Clan. The opening of Emperor Zhao's supreme altar could not be stopped now. However, if Xinxiang and the Golden Wolf King work together, they might be able to suppress Emperor Shao. In this way, Xinxiang would have some breathing space. At least he could leave the Saint Xian Star and go to the Tianmu Holy Wilderness. I am willing to work together. What do I need to do? Xinxiang looked at the supreme altar in the distance and asked, should we attack his supreme altar now, or should we wait for him to successfully open the altar and complete the entire sacrificial ceremony before attacking? The supreme altar shone even brighter, illuminating the night sky of the Songlan Sea. The originally golden Songlan Sea was now shining with white light. The night sky of the sea was illuminated by the energy of the supreme altar. The supreme altar is now protected by the power of the universe God Ocean. Even if we were 10 times or 100 times stronger, we would not be able to shake the supreme altar. The Golden Wolf King also looked in the direction of the supreme altar. This is the power of the universe, God Ocean? No wonder it is so terrifying. Xinxiang exclaimed. This energy seems to be very pure. Shan Yuanxin had said before that the energy obtained through this sacrificial ceremony was relatively evil. It is very pure, but as long as you touch it, you will be consigned to eternal damnation, the Golden Wolf King said. This is the terrifying part of this energy. As long as you come in contact with it, as long as you absorb this energy to a certain extent, you will be infatuated with it. If you do not continue to absorb this energy to cultivate, you will go crazy. Chapter 4479. What is the sacred Xian star? Xinxiang asked, Is it the sacred Xian star? It is what we call the sacred Xian star. The sacred Xian star has a very important position in our heavenly sect. Tianyuan said. Young Master Xin, quickly answer me. Did you see Tianshu there? Yes. Xinxiang said. Senior Tianyuan, what is her background? Is she very powerful? She actually came. Tianyuan let out a long sigh. It seems like my understanding of the sacred Xian star is still too little. Xinxiang is very puzzled. Why would Tianyuan have such thoughts about Tianshu? So what if she came? Xinxiang continued to ask. If she came, it means that something might have happened in the universe God see. Tianyuan said, Something big must have happened in the universe God see. That's why they sent Tianshu here. What big thing will happen? Don't you know anything about the universe God see? Xinxiang is even more puzzled. Tianshu said that her position in the heavenly sect is very low. Why would her appearance here make Tianyuan so shocked? Xinxiang also thought that Tianyuan might not know that Tianshu had fallen from a high position. Tianshu's identity is very special. She was once the 7th most powerful person in the heavenly sect, although her position plummeted later on. She still has a very important meaning to the heavenly sect, Tianyuan said. Since he said this, it means that he knows about the fall of Tianshu's position. What is so special about her? Xinxiang is even more curious. Her name is Tianshu. Tianshu is her surname. Not everyone can have this surname. Tianyuan said. She is now the only person in the heavenly sect who still has the surname. Therefore, she has another important meaning to the heavenly sect. Then what is going on now? Xinxiang now knows Tianshu's identity in the heavenly sect. She should have some kind of deep connection with the heavenly sect. I don't know. If Tianshu really appeared here, it would mean that there was a huge change in the universe divine sense see. Tianyuan said, Young Master Xin, what's going on with you now? What happened to the Saint Profound Star? Why was the Supreme Altar sent away? I'm not too sure. Xinxiang said vaguely, I'm following a senior to the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness. Let's meet again if we're fated. We should be able to meet soon. Tianyuan also said, I'm looking forward to our meeting. After Xinxiang and Tianyuan exchanged a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Then he looked at Tianshu. She was still resting quietly. Big Sister Master, how are your injuries? With your strength, are you invincible here? Xinxiang asked in a low voice. I'm not invincible. Tianshu opened her eyes and lightly shook her head. If I was, my actions wouldn't have been blocked by you. I was just trying to protect the Saint Profound Star. Xinxiang scratched his head and laughed. But isn't the result good? The Saint Profound Star is fine, and you didn't get punished. If not for the appearance of the people from the saintly heavenly sect, I wouldn't have been able to shift the blame. Now that I have shifted the blame to the saintly heavenly sect, the heavenly sect can't say anything about me. Also, the Supreme Altar is now flying to the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness. It won't be a threat to the Saint Profound Star for the time being. Xinxiang was relieved. As long as the Saint Profound star remained intact, Xin Yuanqin would have time to grow. If you reach the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness, then who will be your opponent? Xinxiang asked. The situation in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness is very complicated. Yi Zilian should have also gone to the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness along with the people from the Heavenly Mother's holy palace. Xinxiang didn't know if he would meet the women from the Heavenly Mother's holy palace, such as Long Shuai and the others whom he had lost contact with. I don't know. The situation in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness is very complicated. That's because the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness traveled through time and space to appear here. There might be experts from the cosmos god sea in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness. Yi Tianxu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Xinxiang was secretly shocked. There were existences in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness that Yi Tianxu was afraid of? There are experts from the cosmos god sea in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness? What does that mean? Xinxiang was also pondering the sentence and felt a chill run down his spine. Back then, many experts from the cosmos god sea gathered in the Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness. Then a huge battle broke out, and the entire Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness disappeared. Yi Tianxu said, "So, what do you think is going on?" "This." Xinxiang was speechless. "I have to recover as soon as possible. The Heavenly Mother's holy wilderness is very dangerous." Yi Tianxu closed her eyes and said, "There are not only experts up there. There are also many dangerous existences from the cosmos god sea. They might all be up there." Chapter 4480. Xinxiang was so shocked that he could not recover from the shock. "Young Master Shen," Golden Wolf King called out to Xinxiang, "Your Excellency Wolf King, are you here to protect the entire Tianwu orc tribe?" Xinxiang asked seriously. "Not the entire Tianwu orc tribe. You know that there are many scum in the Tianwu orc tribe. I only protect those who acknowledge me and follow me," Golden Wolf King said. He guessed that Xinxiang had just received some important news. "I was talking to Tianwu, Sword God, just now. He said that Saint Xian star will be destroyed. At that time, it will become a stargate." Xinxiang said, "What the hell is going on?" Golden Wolf King's pupils shrank. If this was true, then the entire Saint Xian star would be finished. If Emperor Shao had suddenly become very strong, it would have been feasible for Xinxiang and Golden Wolf King to join forces to suppress Emperor Shao. However, the entire Saint Xian star would become a stargate. This meant that Saint Xian star would cease to exist. On Saint Xian star, there were people that Golden Wolf King wanted to protect. In Dakuin sect, there were also friends that Xinxiang wanted to protect and the Shen family that had migrated to Saint Xian star. "Looks like we have to move ahead." Golden Wolf King took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Shen, is there anyone on Saint Xian star that you need to protect?" "Yes, there are a lot of them." Xinxiang made his choice and said, "We have to move now. There is no time." Now that time was running out. Golden Wolf King had to protect a large number of Tianwu orcs and could not leave Saint Xian star in time. Xinxiang also thought about rushing to Dakuin sect to evacuate his people, but there was not enough time. Using the divine mirror of 6 paths to travel through space was very fast, but using it to fly away from Saint Xian star was not that easy, especially in this situation. So now there was only one way, and that was to stop the altar as much as possible. Previously, Xinxiang and Golden Wolf King only thought that the altar could make Emperor Shao stronger. But now, it was not only to make Emperor Shao stronger, but also to turn Saint Xian star into a stargate. "I'll take the lead," the Golden Wolf King said and flew forward. As he flew over, more than 100 beastmen suddenly appeared in all directions, their bodies glowing with golden light. Now that more than 100 orcs had fused together, they still looked like the Golden Wolf King. but their strength had become extremely terrifying. Shenxiang immediately judged that it would be very difficult for him to defeat the Golden Wolf King. His opponent was actually so powerful. Since the Golden Wolf King was already far away, Shenxiang couldn't check his 6 paths cultivation right away. Shenxiang suspected that the beastman's 6 paths cultivation was mainly based on the demon path. The Golden Wolf King was at the front, and it was also very fast. Shenxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly, following behind the Gold Wolf King, and suddenly saw a gigantic golden axe appear in the night sky. The Golden Wolf King soon arrived near the supreme altar. He let out a roar and chopped down with his giant golden axe. Boom! After the loud explosion, the entire Saint Profound Star fell into a violent tremor, and the seawater surged with monstrous waves. The most terrifying thing was that the golden axe was actually shattered. The supreme altar was extremely sturdy. Such a terrifying attack did not cause any harm to the supreme altar. Sister Jing, we're going. Shenxiang sat on the 6 realms mirrors. That supreme altar's defensive power is too strong because there is too much universe God sees power. The 6 realms mirrors needs to swallow more than half of that energy, so the Golden Wolf King can attack. It should be possible, let's try. Little Jing also knew that this was a very urgent situation, so she had to do her best. The 6 realms mirrors floated in the air and gradually grew bigger. The mirror face of the divine mirror was facing down, which meant that Shenxiang was going to use the strongest power of the 6 realms mirrors. Other than the 6 realms mirrors, there was also a world-defying stage god furnace. Shenxiang hoped that the world-defying stage god furnace could withstand more energy. Chapter 4481. Shenxiang was a little annoyed, because the Shengxian star was facing the possibility of being destroyed at any time, and this annoying you by Lian had suddenly appeared in front of him. Bitch, Sister Zillian actually didn't look for you? That's fine, let me kill you. Shenxiang took out the Baihu Jingyu fan that he had previously refined. Young Master Shen, do you really think that you and Yu Zillian can kill me? Yu Bailian raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes, which were originally filled with charm, suddenly shone like 2 white stars, emitting a strange white light with an extremely strong penetrating power. In that instant, Shenxiang felt as if his soul was about to be penetrated by this white light. Fortunately, his soul was very strong, and he had even cultivated the 2nd layer of Soul Sea, so he was able to easily block it just now. Yu Bailian then also attacked Shenxiang. She had a strangely shaped, long sword in her hand, and there was a row of black barbs on the blade. One look, and one could tell that it was smeared with poison. She flew towards Shenxiang at an extremely fast speed. In her opinion, now that she had obtained the ability to fly and her speed was so fast, and she had used that soul attack to shake Shenxiang, she would definitely be able to succeed. However, Yu Bailian had truly underestimated Shenxiang. First of all, she was fighting with Shenxiang on top of the 6 realms mirrors, and she knew nothing about the power of the 6 realms mirrors. Then, she did not know Shenxiang's current cultivation level. She always thought that Shenxiang was someone who needed to hide behind Yu Zillian. She had originally thought that her sword would be able to pierce Shenxiang's heart and destroy Shenxiang's cultivation. However, when she was 3 feet away from Shenxiang, she had a strange feeling. She immediately realized that her time seemed to have been controlled. Yes, the 6 realms mirrors had activated the laws of time and opened a time domain. Right now, in Shenxiang's eyes, Yu Bailian was as busy as a turtle. Shenxiang only opened the folding fan in his hand and swept it towards the black, white lotus. Suddenly, the wind howled and the thick white mist danced with the wind, instantly turning into a white tiger head. This Baihu Beast statue, which was condensed from soul energy, was vivid and lifelike. Its crimson eyes flickered with a murderous light, and its tiger roar was like thunder. Chai Bailian was instantly extremely astounded when he saw this, and he was terrified to the extreme in his heart. He felt that he couldn't withstand a single blow, and he was like an ant before an enormous beast. Shan Xiang controlled the power of time and also had such a powerful cultivation. This brought a huge impact to the White Lotus. Xia White Lotus was someone who had cultivated for many years. People like her would more or less have some life-saving methods. For example, now that she had determined that her strength was far lower than Xinxiang's, she had decisively given up on resisting and used all her strength to save her life and escape. The vanishing White Lotus was enveloped by the fierce wind formed by the Array Spirit's essence energy. His soul felt as though it was being ravaged and was in extreme pain. As for the clothes on her body, they had long been torn to shreds. You are truly striking a stone with an egg. Xinxiang suddenly flashed and appeared behind the vanishing White Lotus. He waved his Baihu fan and swept it out dozens of times in a row, bringing along waves of thunder and fire that were transformed from heaven's origin energy, accompanied by the impact of the soul energy on the soul. The seemingly perfect body of the vanishing White Lotus was originally filled with an extremely soul-stealing temptation. It could confuse a person's mind and magnify the desire in a person's heart by many times. However, the person she was facing now was Xinxiang. Even if Xinxiang's soul wasn't strong, he wouldn't fall for this trick. After all, in his heart, whether it was beauty or temperament, the vanishing White Lotus was very ordinary and short when all aspects were combined. In his heart, they were far inferior to Lu Menger and the other beauties he had known for many years. Under Xinxiang's fierce attacks, the vanishing White Lotus was already covered in wounds. She really couldn't understand why Xinxiang wasn't interested in her body. You know, for many years she had seduced men everywhere, but she had never failed. Crazy Emperor, Shao Emperor, many of the human race's nobles, as well as many experts from the 6 clans of the life spirit, were all captivated by her. Xinxiang, I won't let you off. I know, it must be the vanishing White Lotus who used some kind of evil technique on you. That's why you can't take a fancy to another woman. Just you wait. I will definitely destroy the vanishing White Lotus. The vanishing White Lotus's voice was filled with resentment as her body suddenly expanded. With your looks, you're not even fit to carry Sister Zilian's shoes. When Xinxiang saw the vanishing White Lotus's body, he knew that she was going to self-destruct and then her soul was going to escape. Boom! Chapter 4482. Xinxiang took a closer look and found that it was not a person but a shadow. It should be a form of energy that was condensing into a human figure. Emperor Shao, who was fighting with Golden Wolf King, suddenly rushed toward the white ball of light. Sister Jing, is there no other way to attack that ball of light? Xinxiang only felt that it was very bad, because Emperor Zhao's past was obviously going to be very powerful, or it would cause some changes. There is really no other way. That thing absorbs too much energy. Unless we can use more energy than that ball of light, we can't do anything about it. Sister Jing was also helpless now. She said, Brother, we have to be careful. That thing is very scary. Golden Wolf King wanted to chase after them, but the white ball of light suddenly burst out a strong light and shook Golden Wolf King away. Golden Wolf King was very strong, but at this moment he was powerless in front of the white ball of light. The power from the universe divine ocean was far beyond Xinxiang and Golden Wolf King's imagination. Emperor Shao had already rushed into the white ball of light and made contact with the shadow. Then, the white ball of light suddenly burst out. A ferocious and berserk energy suddenly burst out. Your Excellency, Golden Wolf King, run. Xinxiang suddenly shouted, Brother Shen, run. Golden Wolf King also realized that Emperor Shao was going to become even more terrifying, and he had to ensure Xinxiang's safety. Ha ha ha. You can't run away. You all have to die. You want to stop me? You are so whimsical. Emperor Shao suddenly rushed out and laughed wildly. If it weren't for you, I would have become a chess piece. But now the universe divine ocean has no choice but to give me power. Previously, the universe divine ocean had only used Emperor Shao to open the supreme altar. But now, because of the appearance of Xin Xiang and Golden Wolf King, the supreme altar could not be fully opened, and the process was interrupted. The universe divine ocean seemed to be very anxious, so they had no choice but to send a strong power to Emperor Shao for him to absorb and become stronger. Brother Golden Wolf, I have another way, but I need you to delay Emperor Shao. Xin Xiang looked at the supreme altar. The supreme altar was not as strong as before because more than half of the energy inside the altar had been transferred to Emperor Shao. The supreme altar had to be reactivated to reconnect with the universe divine ocean. If it was before, when the supreme altar had been activated to a certain extent, it would have been difficult for Chen Xiang to shake it. But now that the supreme altar had been reactivated and there was not much energy inside, he could try to shake the supreme altar. I can, but I can't delay him for too long. I can only do my best. Even if I have to risk my life, I will try my best to delay him for a while. The Golden Wolf King also believed in Xin Xiang very much now, and said, Brother Xin, whether or not we can protect the Saint Profound Star will depend on you now. Xin Xiang and the Golden Wolf King had to protect the Saint Profound Star, because the cosmos god Si wanted to devour the entire Saint Xian star, and even wanted to use the entire Saint Xian star as a sacrifice. I'm going. Golden Wolf King roared, and then his body swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a dragon wolf. Xin Xiang could now see that Golden Wolf King's original body was a wolf. However, he had fused with many beasts, so he could take the form of 100 beasts and even fuse the power of 100 beasts together. After Emperor Shao absorbed the power of the universe divine ocean, his body did not change much. His strength was that no matter how strong the power was, it would be absorbed by him. Therefore, Golden Wolf King could only fight in close combat. Xin Xiang immediately took action. He used the 6 realms mirrors again and released the world-defying mountain and river diagram. He sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors and closed his eyes to contact Shen Yuanxin. Little Yuan Xin, I need your help now. Xin Xiang said, Father knows that you have to hide to be safe, but now that the Saint Profound Star is about to be destroyed, we need to work together. Father, I also know that the Saint Profound Star is very dangerous. If the Saint Profound Star is destroyed, I will also fall into their hands. Xin Yuanxin immediately replied, But I don't know what to do. Father, you can save the Saint Profound Star, right? I can't, but we can if we work together. Xin Xiang said, I need you to release your strongest energy. Of course, this might expose your existence, but that's all we can do now. All right, let's begin immediately. After Shen Yuanxin finished speaking, the entire Saint Profound Star suddenly trembled. At this moment, violent earthquakes erupted all over the Saint Profound Star. There were tsunamis everywhere on the sea. It was as if the entire Saint Profound Star was about to self-destruct. Emperor Shao also realized that something was wrong. He wanted to rush to Xin Xiang's side, but he was stopped by Golden Wolf King. Golden Wolf King's current strength was not as strong as Emperor Zhao's, but the gap was not particularly big. Therefore, Golden Wolf King desperately tried to stop Emperor Shao to buy some time. However, Golden Wolf King was already covered in wounds. Chapter 4483. Emperor Shao quickly realized that something was wrong. He did not expect Xin Xiang to be able to control such a terrifying spatial energy. The spatial fluctuations released by the divine mirror of 6 paths seemed to be tearing the space apart. The spatial fluctuations were so strong that the entire Saint Xian star was fluctuating. The spatial fluctuations actually caused a huge impact on the Saint Xian star. The entire star had a strong reaction under the violent spatial fluctuations. The living beings on the star felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Emperor Shao suddenly roared and used an extremely strong force to blast the Golden Wolf King away. Then he rushed toward Xin Xiang. He knew very well that if he did not stop Xinxiang, the Supreme Altar would definitely be in danger. The Golden Wolf King was very difficult to deal with. Even though he was seriously injured, he still used his strong body to block in front of Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao wanted to rush over, but the Golden Wolf King instantly turned into a dragon and rushed over like lightning. Then it tightly coiled around Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao roared and crazily attacked the Golden Wolf King's body, peeling off dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Wolf King's body was covered in wounds. Other than attacking the Golden Wolf King's body, Emperor Shao was also attacking the Golden Wolf King's soul. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King was suffering unprecedented pain. However, he had to endure the pain and delay Emperor Shao. Especially now, the Golden Wolf King saw hope. Because Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths was releasing a very strong spatial fluctuation. Everyone could see that Xinxiang was going to send the Supreme Altar away through spatial teleportation. Once the Supreme Altar was thrown out of the Saint Xian star and away from the Saint Xian star, they would be able to buy a lot of time. This was because Emperor Shao and the others would need a lot of time to get the Supreme Altar back. During this time, they could rely on the Saint Xian star to develop. Even if they could not grow as fast, they would have enough time to evacuate the Saint Xian star. Xinxiang was also burning with anxiety because the divine mirror of 6 paths was not completed yet. The Supreme Altar was too big. Moreover, the space inside and outside the Saint Xian star was very different. In addition, Xinxiang wanted to send the Supreme Altar to a farther place. He had no choice but to gather enough energy to open a spatial passage. Once the spatial passage was opened, it would be very easy to move the Supreme Altar there. The world-defying mountain and river diagram had completely enveloped the entire Saint Xian star and was now crazily devouring the energy erupting from the entire Saint Xian star. The divine mirrors of 6 paths not only needed the energy to open the spatial passageway, it also needed to stabilize the spatial passageway. Opening the passage was one thing, but once something large entered the space passage, it would require enough energy to stabilize the space passage. Otherwise, the collapse of the spatial tunnel would lead to very serious consequences, especially when the Supreme Altar had to be moved away. Bastard, stop! Hey, White Lotus, where the hell did you go? Emperor Shao roared at the huge divine mirror of 6 paths. At this moment, the divine mirror of 6 paths had covered the entire Supreme Altar. It looked even more terrifying than the Supreme Altar. The 6 realms' mirrors floated in the air, facing the Supreme Altar below, and burst out with spatial energy. When Xinxiang saw the current state of the Golden Wolf King, he was very angry. At the same time, he admired the Golden Wolf King even more. At a time like this, the Golden Wolf King didn't back down. He was even prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment to protect the people who trusted him. Xinxiang. He could empathize with the Golden Wolf King's feelings because he also had people he needed to protect. The Golden Wolf King was entangled with Emperor Shao and was being beaten up crazily. With his thick skin, he was very resistant to beatings. The most terrifying thing was that he had 100 forms. The Golden Wolf King was known as the 100 Beast. After one of his beast forms was beaten black and blue, he would change into another beast form, which was actually in perfect condition. In other words, in order to completely defeat the Golden Wolf King, one would first have to severely injure all of his beast forms. The Golden Wolf King's technique also surprised Xinxiang. Right now, Emperor Shao was really alone because he had always looked down on those dukes. In his eyes, only Qi White Lotus was slightly useful. However, Qi White Lotus was quickly defeated by Xinxiang, so Emperor Shao didn't notice the battle between Xinxiang and Qi White Lotus. Chapter 4484. Xinxiang was also extremely nervous right now. Moving the Supreme Altar was much more difficult than he had imagined, and the amount of energy required was extremely high. The Golden Wolf King was still fighting with Emperor Shao. Xinxiang did not know how long the Golden Wolf King could hold on. It was getting harder for the Golden Wolf King as Emperor Shao had entered a state of desperation. In the beginning, the Golden Wolf King seemed to be on par with Emperor Shao. In fact, the Golden Wolf King could even suppress Emperor Shao. However, the Golden Wolf King was no match for Emperor Shao. He could only use his other beast forms to stall for time. The Golden Wolf King also hoped that Xinxiang could hurry up. He knew his situation very well. If he continued to fight, he would have to prepare for the worst once his other beast forms were exhausted. At this point, the Golden Wolf King was prepared to die. What he cared about was whether his death would be worth it. If he risked his life to the end and was able to successfully move the Supreme Altar away, then his death would be worth it. If he died, and Xinxiang did not complete it, and was killed by Emperor Shao, he would die a worthless death, which was equivalent to nothing. Trust me, I will succeed. Xinxiang looked at the Golden Wolf King and sent him a telepathic message. Brother Golden Wolf, how long can you hold on? You must survive. Brother Xin, I don't have much time left. I don't expect to survive. I only hope that the divine Black Star can be preserved for the time being. The Golden Wolf King replied to Xinxiang with a sound transmission. His voice through his soul was also very tired. He did not dare to think too much. He only had one goal, which was to preserve the divine Black Star. The Golden Wolf King didn't even think about how to settle the Heaven Oyster Beastmen after saving the Saint Xian planet. He knew that it wasn't easy to save the Saint Xian planet. He could only leave the rest to fate. Xinxiang could feel the despair in the Golden Wolf King's heart. This made him want the Golden Wolf King to live even more. It seems that I am still too weak. Is there no limit to power? Xinxiang suddenly felt very tired. Now he was many times stronger than before. He could easily beat up experts like Yu Balian and the crazed emperor. However, in the face of such a situation, he felt so powerless. Emperor Shao did not feel relaxed either. He was so powerful now, and he even had to borrow the power of the universe God Sea. It was especially so for the supreme sacrificial altar. It had been madly absorbing the energy of the cosmos God Sea for a very long time. If it was obstructed by others in the end, he would definitely be punished by the cosmos God Sea. Emperor Zhao's eyes were red with anxiety. He kept rushing toward Xinxiang and bombarding him with energy. However, he was blocked by Golden Wolf King again and again. Although Golden Wolf King was no match for Emperor Shao, he was very resilient and had a strong will. He could endure all kinds of pain. Emperor Shao had used a variety of soul-destroying and physical attacks on the Golden Wolf King. They were all very painful, but the Golden Wolf King had endured them all. Even Emperor Shao was secretly impressed by Golden Wolf King's perseverance. Emperor Shao was very clear that his current strength was completely dependent on the power of the Cosmos God Sea. If he did not have the power of the Cosmos God Sea, he would not be a match for Golden Wolf King. In other words, Golden Wolf King had great potential. If he didn't kill or cripple the Golden Wolf King now, it would definitely become a terrifying existence in the future. Xinxiang also saw this point. Therefore, he did not want Golden Wolf King to sacrifice himself here. Golden Wolf King kept transmitting messages to Xinxiang, asking him to focus on his own matters and not to distract himself. Xinxiang was the only hope to save the Saint Xian planet. The spatial fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Shao was also getting more and more anxious. However, every time he wanted to launch a fierce attack on Xinxiang, Golden Wolf King would block it. Outside Saint Xian Star, Tianyuan and Tian Du Sword King, who were already quite a distance away from Saint Xian Star, could feel the spatial fluctuations coming from Saint Xian Star. Master, what's going on in the Saint Xian planet? Tian Wu, Sword King, was very curious. I don't know either. In short, the Saint Xian planet is doomed. Tianyuan said, It seems that your friend is quite powerful. he can actually delay the destruction of the Saint Chien planet. After saying that, he looked back at the Saint Chien planet. At this time, the Saint Chien planet was already a dot of light in his eyes. They were already very far away from the Saint Chien planet. Right at this moment, an extremely intense spatial fluctuation suddenly surged over, covering a large area of the sacred domain. Chapter 4485. The moment Yi Tianshu arrived, she knew that the Universe God Ocean was finished. She definitely knew the details. For some reason, the Universe God Ocean experienced a huge upheaval. Many universes were destroyed because of it. As for the various living beings floating in the Cosmos God Sea, they will most likely be affected as well. Those who can survive are those who are strong enough, Yi Tianshu said. For some reason, then it was finished? Xin Xiang was very curious. The Universe God Ocean was so huge and could nurture countless universes. For some reason it was finished. Maybe the Universe God Ocean was not finished. Maybe something happened in the Universe God Ocean. But because those universes and life forms were too weak, they died because of it. As for the Universe God Ocean itself, after a period of peace, it will still be that Universe God Ocean. No matter what kind of life form it is, they are all so insignificant, Yi Tianshu lamented. We are so strong, we can even rule a universe. But in the end, we are still so weak. Xin Xiang also fell into contemplation. He used to be a very weak person. At that time, humans would die a lot in the face of any natural disaster. However, as he became stronger, he could avoid some terrifying natural disasters and even block the sky thunder. He also realized that no matter how strong he became, he would always be so weak in the face of the great Tao of nature. For instance, right now, that Cosmos God Sea might have merely fluctuated slightly, but all the cosmoses within the Cosmos God Sea had been shaken into smithereens. Countless life forms had been wiped out. In every universe, all kinds of life forms absorbed energy and became extremely strong. But in the end, they were turned into ashes. The World Pride Universe was not affected. This is because the World Pride Universe is not part of the Universe God Ocean. Yi Tianshu added, this is also why the Heavenly Mother, Sacred, Desolate, appeared here. It seems like that group of ancient powerhouses had already predicted the outcome of the universe, Spirit Sea. They had also predicted the birth of the World Pride Cosmos. Do they want to control the World Pride Universe? Xin Xiang curled his lips. This universe is so special. I hope they don't mess around. Otherwise, they will die for a long time. I'm not sure about them. In any case, they've been hiding here and haven't gone out much. There should be other reasons why you can't go out. Yi Tianshu said, there is also a heavenly sect here. I have to find it quickly. Shen Xiang remembered that Tianyuan had said that Yi Tianshu was the only Yi heavenly clan member left in the Cosmos God Sea. If the heavenly Yi sect was here, there might be a large number of heavenly Yi clan members here, or even the evil Primal Chaos sect. Xin Xiang also had many plans. For example, he wanted to find out what was going on with this Heavenly Mother, Holy Wasteland, and whether or not it would threaten the world-defying universe. Then he would find the group of women from the Celestial Mother, Sacred Palace. Xiao Xianglin and the others should have already led all the women of the 100 Flowers world to the sacred region, and followed the Celestial Mother, Sacred Palace, to the Celestial Mother, Sacred Desolate. In that case, it was very likely that Yan Zillian was also here, leading the Sky Mother's Sacred Palace. Shen Xiang, what is going on with the Mystic Wood Ant race? Yi Tianshu asked. How did you get to know the Mystic Wood Ant race the moment you arrived? I met them by chance, Shen Xiang said with a smile. I like to deal with insects. By the way, have you heard of the Mystic Wood Ant race? Of course I have. This is a very ancient and very famous insect race. Yi Tianshu nodded. They are indeed as powerful as the legends say. Is that so? Xin Xiang laughed. He did not talk about the Aunt Granny in detail. Tianshu knew that Shen Xiang was hiding something, but she did not intend to ask. After all, Shen Xiang had saved her. Sister Master, if you die, will I be finished? Shen Xiang asked seriously. You came to save me because you were afraid that my death would affect you? Tianshu stared at Shen Xiang. Tianshu and Shen Xiang were sitting on the back of a large flying ant. She faced Shen Xiang. Although she was heavily injured, her eyes were still very penetrating. They had a strange charm that made Shen Xiang feel absent-minded. Of course, I am not afraid that you will die. In this place, without you, it would be difficult for me to survive. Shen Xiang scratched his head and laughed. I am an alchemist. I am not good at fighting. Actually, I just want to be protected by Master. Tianshu closed her eyes, and her voice suddenly turned cold with a hint of power. She said, If I die, you will not die. Really? Shen Xiang asked. Then, will I be affected? No. Tianshu said, The contract I gave you does not allow you to betray me. It is very loose. It is your freedom to save me or not. Sister Master, you are telling me all this. Aren't you afraid that I will not save you in the future? Shen Xiang had carefully observed her and realized that she was not lying. Didn't you just say that you were sincere in saving me? Tianshu said, We still have to be careful during this period. I need to recover as soon as possible and then go find the heavenly sect. Chapter 4486. It seems that you are not an ordinary human of the world defying stage universe. As the white figure spoke, her body shape suddenly changed. She gradually became slender and her figure became curvaceous. Very quickly, bones, flesh, blood, and finally skin appeared on his body. This process was very fast. Shen Xiang was worried that something would happen, so he did not wait for the other party to completely transform. He waved the green dragon demon slayer and instantly slashed out hundreds of times, bringing with him the heavenly energy of the heavenly Tao, exploding with the power of thunder and fire. You forced me. The voice of the figure gradually turned into a woman's. A light golden energy shield appeared around her body. Shen Xiang's ferocious attack was actually unharmed to her. He immediately realized that this creature from the universe divine sense, seemed to be hiding some kind of powerful force. This is bad. Shen Xiang realized that the Six Realms mirrors was gradually losing control, so he had no choice but to immediately withdraw the Six Realms mirrors. At this moment, he still had lingering fear in his heart because the Six Realms mirrors had almost lost contact with him, and the person from the universe divine sense, had also disappeared. Big brother, it was so dangerous just now. Little sister Xiao Jing's voice was also filled with shock as she said, If you had been any slower, I might have been gone. What do you mean? Shen Xiang hurriedly asked, then released his consciousness and opened his mind's eye to sense his surroundings. I don't know. Just now, some kind of power wanted to invade and take away control. I don't know how it was done, but if it succeeded, I might have been taken away. When little sister Xiao Jing mentioned this matter, she still felt a lingering fear. Take away control? Shen Xiang was shocked. Yes, he wants to forcefully become my master and completely take me away. This method is too evil. Little sister Xiao Jing said, Big brother, you must be careful. Right at this moment, Shen Xiang suddenly felt that something was wrong with the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, so he immediately put away the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. He suddenly understood how little sister Xiao Jing felt, because he had clearly felt that the connection between him and the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was about to be forcefully taken away. This kind of ability was simply too terrifying and impossible to guard against. One had to know that Shen Xiang was now very dependent on these divine weapons. If they were taken away, he would not know what to do next. Shen Xiang's space domain was gone, although he could still float in the air. Without the help of the Six Realms mirrors, He was currently very insecure. The 6 realms mirrors and the green dragon demon slayer were both kept in his soul space. Before he figured out what kind of ability the other party had, he didn't dare to release them, afraid that the other party would take them away. Suddenly, he felt some kind of power drilling into the depths of his soul, entering his soul endowment space. There was even a force that was currently scanning his second-level soul C. Xin Xiang's entire body trembled. Then, he immediately gathered all the energy in his soul to resist with all his might. He discovered that the energy that had entered his soul seemed to want to forcefully establish a master-slave contract with him. If the other party succeeded, Xin Xiang would become their slave. It was very likely that Emperor Shao had been possessed in such a way. Don't even think about succeeding. Xin Xiang's soul cultivation was very strong, and he had even cultivated to the second level of Soul C. After using all his strength to resist, he also forced the other party out of his soul. Xin Xiang now knew what kind of method the other party used. It was to specifically enter the soul space. Little sister Shao Jing had a soul space, and so did the green dragon demon slayer. If the other party succeeded in invading, they would be able to completely control the other party's soul. This kind of method was simply too terrifying. After Xin Xiang forced the other party out of his soul, he saw a white-skinned woman appear in front of him. She was not particularly beautiful, but her facial features were upright and she had quite a temperament. Her figure was extremely good, and she looked to be filled with strength. Furthermore, she had a head of blonde hair and dark blue eyes. She had a different kind of charm. She did not have any clothes on her body. She was facing Xin Xiang like this, and she did not seem to mind at all. Chapter 4487. Xin Xiang was naturally very clear that his own life gate was pinched by the other party, but he also wanted to take a gamble. If he could block this woman's invasion of his second-layer soul C, then he would no longer need to be afraid of her. Are you really not afraid of death? Creatures in your universe should be most afraid of death. Your life is extremely fragile and can disappear easily. You should cherish it. The woman said, since you are not afraid of death, you should be afraid of other threats. What do you want to do? Shen Xiang immediately realized that this woman from the divine sea of the universe had a strong learning ability. She seemed to have found his weakness. I learned from Emperor Zhao's memory that some people value something called affection very much. Because of affection, sometimes you are not afraid of death. Instead, you are afraid that others will die. In other words, you should be most afraid of the death of someone who has an emotional connection with you. You are really strange. Your own life is the most important, but you don't value it. Instead, you value the lives of others. People like you who have feelings are really stupid creatures. The woman said proudly because she could feel the change in Xin Xiang's mood. She knew that Xin Xiang was a person who valued affection. Affection is the source of power, Xin Xiang snorted. You will never understand. Then I would like to see how much power your affection can bring you. After the woman finished speaking, she released a strong white light that covered Xin Xiang's entire second-layer soul C. However, Xin Xiang could do nothing to her. The most terrible thing was that Shen Xiang could feel that this woman wanted to pry into his memory to find the affection memory in the depths of his soul. Shen Xiang tried his best, but he could not do anything. The ability of this creature from the divine sea of the universe was too strange. Shen Xiang had never encountered such a creature before. Moreover, Shen Xiang could feel that this woman's strength was far more than this. It seemed that, for some reason, she was constantly suppressing her strength. That was why she did not burst out. You are much more powerful than Emperor Shao. When I'm in your body, I can release even more power. The woman's voice sounded. Now, she seemed to have invaded Xin Xiang's emotional memories. Stop! Shen Xiang suddenly shouted. I agree to your conditions, but I have a request. Now, Shen Xiang could only admit defeat for the time being. Otherwise, This woman might find out who was involved with him. Shen Xiang guessed that this woman would definitely control his body to find the people related to him. My condition is that you are willing to be my slave. The woman said, As for your request, tell me. I'll agree to it depending on my mood. I can be your servant, but you can't ask me to do things that go against my heart. Shen Xiang said, This is my condition. You're very powerful, and it's not difficult for you to take me down, but you still want to take me as your slave. This means that there are many things about me that you value. That's right, you are indeed very special. The woman said, You can cultivate the second level of soul C in this environment, which is very rare. What surprises me the most is that you can cultivate it even though you haven't lived for long. Even in the universe Spirit C, it's very rare. If you really think highly of me, you hope that I can become your powerful slave. Then don't force me to do things that go against my heart. Shen Xiang said, Otherwise you can force me to do it. After that, I will give up on myself, which is equivalent to being crippled. For you, it will be a great loss. Okay, I promise you. The woman said, Now, you and I will sign a contract. What kind of contract is this? Shen Xiang was feeling a little uncomfortable now. In the past, he was the one who signed this kind of contract with others, but now it was his turn to be forced to sign it. You don't need to know what kind of contract it is. After the woman finished speaking, she released a red light ball, which went into the depths of Shen Xiang's soul and then exploded in the depths of his soul. Just like this, she forced Shen Xiang to sign a contract, but Shen Xiang didn't know what kind of contract it was. You could have forced me to sign this kind of contract before. Shen Xiang shuddered. After this woman entered his second level of Soul C, she could directly control him by force, but she still threatened him. A forced melon is not sweet, the woman said. You are now willing, it's not a forced one. This is not a forced one. You are the one who threatened me. Shen Xiang snorted and said in a bad mood, You can come out of my second level of Soul C now, right? The woman also came out of Shen Xiang's second level of Soul C and floated in front of Shen Xiang. After coming out, her clothes were gone. Please put on some clothes. Shen Xiang was speechless. He could only take a set of clothes for her to wear. This woman's figure was still relatively tall. Fortunately, Shen Xiang had a variety of clothes. After all, he knew a lot of women. There were all kinds of figures. Chapter 4488. Shen Xiang suddenly felt a little awkward. The title of Evil Chaotic Child was very intimidating, and it was given to him by the Life Soul 6 races. That was why he had used it. He had never believed that there was an evil chaotic child. He had always thought that the Life Soul 6 races were trying to discredit him and make people think that he was a demon. Now Tianchu was telling him that there was indeed an evil chaotic child, and a very powerful one at that. As a result, Shen Xiang suddenly felt that he was indeed very ridiculous. How would I know that there really is an evil chaotic child? Shen Xiang curled his lips and waved his hand. I won't call myself an evil chaotic child in the future. There's nothing funny about it. You are lucky that you met me. If you met any other fellas from the Cosmos God Sea, they would have turned you into dust. Tianchu suddenly became very strict. She warned, Don't ever say that you are the evil primal chaos child. That will only bring you death. I know. Shen Xiang was very surprised. At the same time, he was very curious as to why the Cosmos God Sea was so wary of the evil chaotic child. Master, what is the evil chaotic child like? Shen Xiang asked. Why are they so ruthless? Have they really been killed to the point of extinction? In the Cosmos God Sea, the evil chaotic child is very strong. They are the most ancient and primitive existence in the Cosmos God Sea. In short, as long as the evil chaotic child exists, the Cosmos God Sea will not have a good time. In the Cosmos God Sea, everyone agrees to kill the evil chaotic child. As for whether they are completely extinct, I am not sure. Anyway, I have not seen them for many years." Speaking of the evil chaotic child, Itianshu's expression became very serious. "Why did the Life Soul 6 races spread rumors that I am an evil chaotic child? Those damned bastards, I thought they were just casually making up an evil-sounding name and then putting it on my head so that others would hate me." Shen Xiang felt a headache coming on. He scratched his head and said, "It seems that those fellas want to use the power of the cosmos God Sea to kill me." "I think so. That is why you have to hide your identity and stay by my side," Tianshu said. "I will protect you." "Thank you, Master." Shen Xiang quickly pretended to thank him. In fact, he chose to admit defeat in order to protect the Saint Profound Star. Tianshu would not be able to destroy the divine black planet in a short time. Shen Xiang had bought enough time for him to think of a way to protect the divine black planet. Furthermore, if he followed Tianshu, he could pay attention to her every move and understand the cosmos God Sea. Furthermore, the 6 clans of Fate Spirit and the 6 Souls Palace could not do anything to him. "Where did you take the Supreme Altar?" Tianshu asked. "I want to find the Supreme Altar and bring it back to the Saint Xian Star." "This, Master, can you not destroy the Saint Profound Star?" Shen Xiang quickly advised. "The Saint Profound Star is very important to me. The reason why I can be so strong is mainly because of the Saint Profound Star. Since I am your servant, if I rely on the Saint Profound Star to become stronger, it will also be beneficial to you." Tianshu immediately fell into deep thought. When she had taken control of Emperor Zhao's body, she knew about Xinxiang's ability. At that time, Xinxiang had used the power of space to move the entire Supreme Altar outside the Saint Profound Star. Clearly, he had relied on the power of the Saint Profound Star. Actually, Tianshu did not understand the situation of the Saint Profound Star. She only knew that the Saint Profound Star was closely related to the origin of the world-defying universe. "All right, I will think of a way to persuade the Heavenly Sect." After careful consideration, Tianshu agreed to Xinxiang's request and said, "However, if the Heavenly Sect insists on it, if the Heavenly Sect insists on attacking the Saint Profound Star, I will not be able to do anything. At that time, the most I can do is not to interfere in this matter. Whether or not you can protect the Saint Profound Star will depend on you. As long as Master Sister does not interfere, it will be easy." Xinxiang quickly smiled. He quickly entered the state of a servant because he realized that Tianshu valued him very much. After all, if he grew up, it would only be beneficial to Tianshu. At this time, the Golden Wolf King flew over. He had been far away and did not know what was going on with Xinxiang. He only knew that Xinxiang had chopped Emperor Shao into ashes. Then, Xinxiang seemed to be entangled by something. When he arrived, he saw Xinxiang with a woman. When the Golden Wolf King saw Tianshu, he immediately became alert. This was because he had a very familiar feeling. Previously, when he was fighting with Emperor Shao, he had felt this familiar aura. "Brother Shen," the Golden Wolf King shouted.